run with a reason.
I got your back, hard on the track, giving is living.
One race, one cause, running for those who can. We're running for those who can. Together we rise, together we're taking a stand.
Let's run for those who can't.
Gotta catch my breath, never giving up, pick it up, take it
Step by step.
Straight to the top,
all over the world.
we running high like Fuego.
But you can't face on, girl, bring it on.
Shout it together.
Let's go.
Coming together to stand up. We're gonna push all the way up. We coming fast, first to the last, smashing the gas, step up. Keep the pace when you race, running the reason. I got your back, hard on the track, giving is living. Shout it out, one race, shout it out, one cause, running for those who can.
Running for those who can.
Catch your car to World Runner. Now it's getting serious. I'll have you in no time.
Shout it out, worldwide, shout it out, one ride, running for those who can. We're running to take a stand.
We running for those who can't.
Wings.
Running for those who can't.
Live.
Bring it on.
Raleigh in Nice, France,
Tokyo, North Carolina.
South Africa.
Let's go to New York City.
That's what this one's all about. We do it every year.
Super excited.
We out.
Hello and welcome to the 12th edition of the Wings for Life World Run. I'm Nick Fellows, and alongside a truly talented commentary team, I'll be your host over the next 4.5 hours to find our winners and join the celebration. This is the biggest running event in the world, with 310,719 participants running all over the world today, across 170 locations. We are running for those who can't. Today is for everyone, in a festival vibe of competitors from absolute beginners to Olympic champions, families, friends, clubs, rolling and charity ambassadors. We are unique, no finish line, catcher cars, and 100% of all donations and entry fees dedicated to finding a cure for spinal cord injury. And this is where we are running today, literally around the globe, around the world. And please stay with us as we watch this unique phenomenon all over the world unfold before your very eyes if you're not out there running yourselves. So let's take a look at some of the flagship runs, and then we'll look at the app events, and then we'll look at those running all alone. The flagship runs have become such an important part of the Wings for Life World Run. Some of these pictures, the atmosphere is like no festival you've ever seen before. This is Vienna, from Vienna in Austria. Let me remind you, there are 15,000 running in Vienna, one of the hottest tickets in town. They sell out quicker than the Rolling Stones in Vienna, Austria. Ljubljana is another regular, 8 times a flagship run on the Wings for Life World Run, and it is a sensational race. And for Slovenia's capital, one of their biggest sporting events of the year. Poznan in Poland is next up on the flagship runs, and Poznan has been with us since the very beginning. We started the Wings for Life World Run in 2014, and here we are in 2025, and Poznan not only has another hot ticket with a fantastic number of runners, but also the crowds, the atmosphere, the festival, the passion in Poland is amazing. Germany in Munich, well, there's Neuschwander right in the middle, one of the superstar runners of Munich, Germany. And Flo Neuschwander will be looking for an improvement in the racetrack. We'll be in and out of the Olympic Park, as in years gone by, but maybe a more inviting closeout for those German runners. Zadar in Croatia. Wow, if you haven't been down to this part of the Adriatic, get it on your bucket list right now. Zadar along the coastal road and the seaside is just spectacular. One of our most beautiful. And from the seaside to the mountains. And we go to Zug in Switzerland, right at the foot of the Swiss Alps. We've seen global winners here before, and as we're so close to the Alps, you'll see some superstar alpine ski racers, a lot of winter sport heroes. It's great to have Breda in the south of Holland in the Netherlands back on the map. This is a crackerjack location, a fortified, beautiful city, and again, again with some real hotshot runners. Now, the app runs for me are just beautiful. We have this amazing app experience, and you can still take a look and listen to it right now. We're going to give you a snippet in a short while, but look at all of these people registering on the app and get this experience every part of the race. You get the catcher car in this ear, you get Mr. Motivator in the other ear, the whole experience with the app events and the individual app runners is something. Now, the app run with those voices that I'm telling you about is something that you've got to try and look into. Listen in and hear what that app experience is all about.
Servus, grüß euch aus Österreich.
Hey, pozdravila z Polski.
Hallo Leute, liebe Grüße aus Deutschland. Tokio kara konnichiwa.
Ein herzliches Hallihallo und grüß euch miteinander aus der Schweiz.
Now, the Wings for Life World Run is one of the most interactive runs in the world. You don't have to go to the flagship. You don't have to be part of an app event. You can do this.
Venga, un saludo para
or
todos.
most importantly, with a group of friends and family, and do your own thing. It's absolutely beautiful. And we will see literally pictures from individual app runners, teams, friends and families from all over the world. Take a look at these pictures, and this is what we're talking about as we take a view of some of our user-generated content.
Guys, it's Tati Zulu here, and I'm in Cape Town, Greenpoint. I'm looking forward to running for those who can't. I hope you're all excited.
Warm up. Wings for Life. Live in a couple of minutes. See you at the start and see you at the car. Have a great one.
I'm in the middle of the Pacific Ocean in Fiji Island, and I'm ready to run by the app. And I'm very happy and excited to join the jungle, the beach, and maybe it will be a tough race because there are 27 degrees in the middle of the night. So let's go.
Lovely shot and a little recording there from Christian Schieser, the ultra runner in Fiji. He's a long way from home. Now take a look at some of these video wall pictures. It'll be our way of bringing you some amazing stories, some wonderful pictures, and capture the global magnificence. It's quite mesmerizing when you go from Sydney to New York, Cape Town, and all over the world. And as you can see, the countdown has begun. My favorite part of the show, second favorite part of the show, is to introduce the commentary team here. To the right is Sophie Morgan. Sophie, so good to have you in the commentary box for the first team. We've seen you presenting the Paralympics for Channel 4, NBC. We know you're a Wings for Life World Run ambassador, a real advocate for disability. Welcome to the Combox. You raced in Miami last year.
I did. Thank you, Nick. It's so exciting to be here and to be seeing this start now go so soon. Yes, I was in Miami this time last year. We were doing an app run, and it was so exciting to be on the start line, sitting beside not only other wheelchair users, but people who were there all for a cause that matters so much to me. I had a spinal cord injury when I was 18. I've lived with spinal cord injury for 22 years now. And, you know, to see that cause be so shared amongst so many was so moving. And I was also with my dad. He had joined me along, and that's another beautiful thing about this race, that you see a real mixture, not just of abilities, but of ages. I think we're right in saying that we have a 99-year-old running, perhaps some even older. So yes, it's all exciting.
I will be leaning on your expert analysis throughout this race. The encyclopedia, Mrs. Track and Field, is sitting next to me, a wonderful commentator and broadcaster. It is Michelle Samet. Michelle, welcome. Are we ready to rumble? It's going to be a great race, but also some fantastic emotion at the get-go.
Nick, we're always ready to rumble. I love this event. It's my third time commentating alongside you, and just listening to you there, those first few moments gets me all hyped up, and I can't wait to see those runners get going before the chaser car starts 30 minutes later. later.
Now let's take a look at these facts and figures. We're already breaking records before we get going in this race today. 195 countries, look at this. 1.559 million plus participants. The distances, well, there's only just enough room on the screen to get those distances. And this is what we're talking about. This is a global movement that people love to be a part of, wherever you are in the world. This is Brazil, from Brazil to Frederica in Denmark. We literally are spinning the world on its axis to bring you people that are running. Now, let's take a look at the social wall. What have you been sending us? Now, whilst it's a celebration and something to enjoy for all of you tuning in, there are rules, there are regulations, and this competition has a global race control. These are two of my heroes from the sporting world, Colin Jackson, our sports director, and Mark Herrimans, our sport director of wheelchair. Both of these guys, legendary athletes back in the day, and now doing a superb job of making sure that we do keep this competition fair, run within the rules and the regulations. But I think for most of the people, Sophie, out there right now, they're not thinking about rules and regulations. They're thinking that they are doing their bit. They are running for those who can't.
Exactly, and that's the beautiful thing about this race, is that actually we see people, as I said, of all ages and all disabilities participating, and it's not necessarily about winning. It's about doing something for the people that have got spinal cord injury and are looking for a change in their options and a change in their choices. You know, as it stands, when you become injured, when you have a spinal cord injury, those outcomes are so undetermined. But now, thanks to Wings for Life, that is changing. So this is for a cause. This is for, as you say, smiles, not miles.
Michelle, the warm-up is very important. Let's look at the weather. And as we're looking at these weather conditions across the globe, these play an important part in the warm-up. Preparation before the start of the race is something that you shouldn't just take for granted. It's important.
Absolutely. Weather plays such a big role, and we see just the differences in temperature. I think across all of our events, we'll have almost 60 degrees Celsius of differences between the different runs. And again, you want it not to be too hot. You don't want too much humidity. You don't want too much rain, what we've seen there. And the most important thing is that actually the participants have trained in the conditions that they're running in, because once you get thrown out there and face something that you're not experienced with, that's when it gets challenging. Ideally, you don't want it to be too hot, and you need to build your fueling and your nutrition strategy around the weather that is available in those different locations.
If you're just joining us live, this is the Wings for Life World Run, and you're just joining us in the nick of time, because look at all these people getting ready for the start. There is literally just under 2 minutes on the clock before we get this race going. For those of you unfamiliar with the rules and regulations, it's really simple. There is no finish line. You get 30 minutes to scamper away, and then this cheeky little fella called the catcher car comes quicker and quicker. It gets faster and faster every 30 minutes, the catcher car. When the catcher car passes you, your race is over. The celebrations begin. To be honest, the professionals care about how far they run. I don't care. I really don't care how far you run. It's having a great time, and you know what you're all doing it for. And if you'd like to donate whilst we're getting into this race, hashtag Wings for Life World Run. Go onto our website, go into the app, go anywhere you wish, because everybody's talking about the Wings for Life World Run here today. This is the biggest running event in the world. 1 minute to go, and we are counting down. Over 300,000 people are ready to rumble, ready to run for those who can't. Mumbai, Dubai, Nairobi, Zadar, Bratislava, Vienna. Top left, New York City, Tokyo to the right. We will all start at exactly the same time. Night or day, no matter what the weather, the world all runs together in just under a minute. Now, when we get to that 10-second count, if you're watching this at home on the TV, I want you to join in that count, because look at those figures to the right of your screen. 310,719 runners are ready to run for those who can't. This is the Wings for Life World Run in its finest moment. Here we go. Let's count down. We are ready. Wings for Life World Run, 12th edition, and it is green, green, green for go. The world is running. They are absolutely in their tens of thousands, hitting the road all over the world in our quest to find a cure for spinal cord injury. And it's only a matter of time before we succeed. Your donations, your entry fees, 100% all going to this wonderful cause. Spine tingling. Absolutely brilliant. Look at some of these pictures, from the flagship runs in Vienna to Germany to Switzerland to the other side of the world, to Asia, to North America, South America, you name it, they are all running. It's nice, isn't it, Sophie?
It's incredibly moving.
With less than a minute in, and I'm next to
I love it. I think for me, it's the movement of seeing people with disabilities beside one another. It's incredibly empowering. You know, I think as a disabled person, so often you feel that your life is overlooked and some of the challenges that you face aren't considered. But today, right now, all these people around the world are showing that they care and that they want to be able to help, and they're doing it for the same cause. And that's just, it gives me goosebumps. It's very moving.
Well, for many out there, butterflies at the beginning now turn to adrenaline. Goals have been set, targets are there to be beaten. So many people out there having fun, but that natural competitiveness that's inside all of us now comes to the front. And Sophie Morgan has hit the nail on the head. Look, there's people rolling in their wheelchairs along with friends, families. These are beautiful pictures. There's people out there on their own. There's people out there at the flagship events and the app events. And this is why this is the biggest running event in the world. Spectacular pictures and everybody loving the moment. And it doesn't matter, Michelle. There's some people just walking. There's no finish line.
The great thing about this race is, while there's no finish line, every single participant is a finisher. There's no set distance that they have to achieve. It can just be the point of moving. It may be 100 meters, it may be 500 meters, it may be 50 kilometers. You don't know, but every single person participating in this race is a finisher, is raising vital funds for spinal cord research. And just look at the smiles on those faces.
Now look at these pictures from Brasilia. It's got to be, hasn't it? You're in Brazil, you get the lovely sunshine, you get the lovely views. This is absolutely beautiful. But look at all those people making the heart signs. This means so much. It's not about miles, as Sophie touched on earlier. It's not about medals. It's not about winning or losing. It's running for those who can't. And it means so much to each and every one of them. Beginners, pros, and if you look to your left and you look to your right, there's a world champion, and there's David MZ, absolutely brilliant, on his feet once again. This gentleman is absolutely amazing. So good to get David MZ early on, and wonderful pictures from Zadar in Croatia.
I mean, just look at those views. What absolutely stunning views there along the coastline. They've got the sunshine that other places don't have, and thousands of runners all around the world. The people here running in the middle of the night, just showing how much it means to them. I wouldn't be getting up at the crack of dawn to run. Sophie?
I think it's a really special thing to point out as well, that you're going to see people in this race who are doing it however they can. So yes, we've got runners, we've got walkers, we've got wheelchair users. But as you saw there, we've got David MZ. He's going to be using whatever he means he can. He's got his walker in front of him. And so some people will be using exoskeletons as well. This is a whole range of mobility devices in this race, which is so unique and so special to see.
We'll be hearing more on the David MZ story later on in the show, but David MZ is one of the fantastic stories for our ongoing 65 research projects, of which 17% are in clinical research. Basic research is the start, pre-clinical and then clinical. And these are where all of the funds that you, the runners out there, have raised for the Wings for Life World Run Foundation, and raised millions to find a cure for spinal cord injury. And many people believe that it's now becoming not just a hope, but a serious belief. Scientists are telling us that I'll see it in my lifetime, Sophie.
I've had a scientist say it to my very face, Nick, which I have to say still to this day gives me goosebumps. I, as I explained earlier, have been living with a spinal cord injury for the best part of now 22 years, and it is extraordinary to see how the outcomes are changing every day thanks to the Wings for Life Foundation. And yes, okay, so at the moment, just like this man here, having a spinal cord injury, it impacts you in so many different ways. And it is more than just your ability to walk that you lose when you have a spinal cord injury. And we'll talk about that through the rest of this afternoon. But yes, at the moment when the scientist looked at me and said he felt very confident that because of the funds that have been put into his research project, people like me will be able to one day walk again, it was extraordinary. It is extraordinary. And I think it's so important for people who are running and people who are watching, who are affected by spinal cord injury, to know that this is happening, and that every single penny raised here today, every single bit of it, 100%, will go towards those efforts and will expedite those prices, the pace of change, and will improve the outcomes every single day. It's so exciting to see.
And look at this.
Go for it, mate. Go for it, mate.
He's enjoying it. And he knows that cure for spinal cord injury, thanks to the amazing work from the scientists working closely with the Wings for Life, a World Run Foundation, the progress that has been made. I first came here in 2014, we're now at 2025, and to see the rise in the research projects is quite amazing. Let's just wrap it up around the world. We have 30 minutes, remember, before that famous catcher car starts to hunt you down. We really don't mind whether you're running, walking, or just sitting down and waiting for the car by now. But there are some professionals out there that will be taking it very seriously. In the latter part of our show this afternoon, we'll be looking for some amazing athletes to try and break records. We're looking for over 70k for the men, over 60k for the women. But for right now, I don't know about you, Michelle, I'm just loving these pictures from around the world.
I just can't wrap my head around these numbers. I mean, over 310,000 runners, all right now on the move. We're just sitting here. We're seeing Panama right now. That's the first time we're seeing them running live. That is absolutely incredible. And just seeing the impact this event has on people around the world, and how it literally, in times like this, gets people all together running for one single cause is just incredible.
Montreal in Canada, and another organised app run. And look at it's a buzz. You're running with friends. It's so casual, if you like. As we've said earlier, we're not looking for a finish line. We're actually looking to enjoy a day's running to raise some very valuable funds.
When I set off in Miami, I was with my dad, as I mentioned, and we got moving, and I was sort of going along beside him, and suddenly I lost him. He just decided this was going to be something he was going to take very seriously. And he ran, and he ran, and he ran. And you know what? The thing about spinal cord injury is it does impact more than just the individual who sustains that injury. Our families are affected, our friends are affected. And so to see our families run with us, alongside us, means so much.
Now, Paris, of course, synonymous with the last Summer Olympic Games. They're running in the Saint-Denis Park, a beautiful part of Paris. And here we are into Fukuoka. Now, I have to say, Japan has had some really fast runners in the past. I'm not sure the name of that fella in the middle there. We'll call him whatever you like. I do like the turtle on the head, I have to say. That's a really nice look. Something that we'll possibly discuss and analyse later, ladies, more closely. But from Japan to Mumbai in India. India has been a long-standing organised app run. It's great to be back. Captain Marvel is there, making sure that everybody's okay. Captain America, not Captain Marvel, thank you. And I'm still giggling over the turtle on the head. I'm so sorry, that's got me.
But I think we've just seen two locations there, both in Japan and in India and Taipei as well. All of these conditions will be tough for the participants. Those people, they're facing humidity, it's different times of the day, it's the weather that plays a big part in that. So every single person here pushing themselves.
The other part of it as well, of course, is the equipment that you're going to see some of the chair users in, and the terrain that they're going to be going over. over. Now, everyone is going to be in a manual chair. That is the rules. That is the way it has to be conducted if you're racing in a chair or walking, rolling in a chair. And the other part to notice is, of course, everywhere is different. Some places are going to be a little bit harder to navigate over in that chair. Somewhere like that looks so smooth, but the rain can make it harder to push. So the weather's going to affect the way in which you push that chair too.
Great point, Sophie. Now, I think we'll watch the weather quite carefully in Zug in Switzerland. As I think we said at the top of our show, it's at the foot, at the bottom of the Swiss Alps. We'll be keeping our eyes peeled for a lot of famous winter sports skiers. If you probably went further up the valley from where we are right now, it may well even be snowing. So the rain and the weather could be a key factor in Zug, and I'm sure many of you will remember. Is that Marco Odermatt to the right there? I do believe it is. The world #1 in alpine ski racing, Olympic champion, world champion, you name it, Marco's won it, and a very, very proud runner for the Wings for Life World Run. I interviewed him a couple of weeks ago, and I said, are you looking forward to a break into the summer? And Marco Odermatt told me, I'm looking forward to the Wings for Life World Run more. How about that? Let's go to Seoul in Korea. Again, humidity, often the difficulty for many of those races on the other side of the world, Michelle. But the Japanese runners, the men have won it for the past 3 times. The ladies have had a winner as well. It doesn't seem to stop the runners in Asia.
Japan in particular has such a huge running culture. It's insane. I just checked the world lists earlier today, and they've had over 50 athletes running a sub-2:10 marathon on the men's side. That is absolute world class, and to have that depth in the country just shows that Japan is definitely one of those countries we absolutely cannot count out when it comes to the global title. But now we're over in Cape Town. A lot nicer there. It's nice during the day. The sun is shining. It's a beautiful course there alongside the coast. We're seeing the temperature, lovely 24 degrees, almost a little too warm, I'd say, for if you're trying to go really, really far, but not a lot of wind. But
Ocean view, they call it in Cape Town. Absolutely magnificent, a beautiful looped course. I'm delighted that we're in Kazakhstan as well, and Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan, many new countries. Temperatures again are high, 25 degrees Celsius. Wind is there, but it's great to have Kazakhstan part of the Wings for Life World Run. Now, Fukuoka in Japan, where we've seen global winners come from before, and of course we'll be looking at later on in the show for Joe Fukuda, who's running there, and he's a 2-time global winner. But it is part of the culture, running in Japan, but also rolling in Japan. That's a lovely shot there.
Oh, that makes me smile so much. I think, Japan is actually a very accessible place, and as a wheelchair user, I've been there and I've really enjoyed it. It's great to see that young woman there racing. I think as well, I want to just pluck out a couple of things that we might notice too, that when you see the wheelchair users pushing, you'll see some of them have different abilities to do so. This is because paralysis can happen at different points from where you have your injury. So if you have your injury in your neck, which is called the cervical part of your spine, then typically more of your body is affected. So your ability to move your arms and your hands might be impaired. So when you're pushing, it might be a little bit more difficult. The woman we saw in Japan there, she's like me, she's a paraplegic. She's broken a little bit lower down her back, so she can use her arms a bit more effectively. And then you just saw that woman just there, she was using an attachment on her chair to help her push along. So there's going to be a whole range of things going on here, and it's just really nice to be able to explain how spinal injury does affect us all a little bit differently.
Well, Brasilia, I have to say, the conditions look perfect. It is 17 degrees Celsius, very little wind, and that is why there are a lot of smiles out there. I also, Michelle, and I know this is not really what you want me to say, I love the shots of people walking, just enjoying it.
Absolutely.
Just having a walk along this beautiful ocean view in South Africa, because before they even sound the horn for the get-go, they know they 100% of their fee to be out there, their enrollment fee, 100% of their donation goes towards finding a cure.
And that's exactly what you're just saying there. Look, everyone is participating to the best of their abilities, no matter what assistive device they can use, and you just see how much support there is for them. Sophie mentioned the support from family members, from friends, that all play a huge part in making sure that everyone can participate.
And the other magical thing about this race is you might not know at what point somebody is in their journey of recovery post-injury. So that woman there, for example, she might have just been injured and is just taking her first steps once again. There might be people here who are racing who have had a spinal cord injury for a very long time. So we're going to see people at different points, and it matters to each of us and every one of us.
Now, this is a lady that we'll be watching very carefully throughout the day. It's Nina Uzbayan, the Armenian racer that has won the Women's Global Championship 4 times. She's gone back to the track where she broke the women's record over 60 kilometers. Now, Nina Uzbayan is a very important part in the history of the Wings for Life World Run. We were first live on the TV in 2014, 12th edition. But what I'd like to do is take you back to how we started, where it all began, and why the Wings for Life World Run Foundation was born.
Ich bin der Hannes Kindergartner und vor 20 Jahren hat bei mir ein folgenschwerer Unfall alles verändert. Und seitdem sitze ich querschnittgelähmt im Rollstuhl. Ich bin der Grund, warum es Wings for Life gibt.
In July 2003, Hannes Kindergartner's promising motocross career came to an end after a severe crash left him paralysed from the 5th cervical vertebrae down. This led his father Heinz and Red Bull founder Dietrich Mateschitz to establish the Wings for Life Foundation in 2004, with the aim to fund research for spinal cord injury cures. Hannes hadn't let his injury define him. He stays physically active and continues to participate in the Wings for Life World Run every year. He and his father have been involved from the start, attending events in Vienna, Munich and Ibiza. Over time, they began organising their own app runs events in their home in Zillertal, which continues to grow each year, raising funds and awareness for spinal cord research.
And there they are, live on screen. Heinz and Hannes Kindergartner, a story that's very close to your very own, Sophie.
Well, Hannes was actually injured about 2 weeks, I think, before I was. So it was in 2003. And when I heard this story about him and what happened immediately after his injury, it just really struck me, because I was told probably something very similar to what he was told, is that in your lifetime you will not walk again. You've suffered a spinal cord injury, that is it. And whereas I went off and went, okay, well, I'm just going to have to adapt to my life and move on and deal with it however I can, he asked a question. Well, why not? And he brought together, using his contacts and his family and his friends, a group of researchers to ask them the question, what is happening? Where are we with the spinal cord injury research? And what can we do to make things better? And that was why Wings for Life was born. And if you look now, over 22 years later, at the impact that that one question has made on the lives of so many people with spinal cord injury, it is quite extraordinary.
Wonderful words. Hope has now become belief for so many wheelchair users. Now, let's take a look at Izmir in Turkey. Some of these people have got beautiful Sunday morning running conditions here. Let's have a look at our global overview, see where we're at, see how many runners are where and when, and take a quick spin around the world at the Wings for Life World Run for 2025. North America, over 20,000 runners. Wow, that is an incredible figure. Look at that, Korea, Japan. Listen in here to China, India, Pakistan, Nepal, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. All of the stans are out there running for those who can't. Now, in Europe, of course, it is so popular, this movement. Now, don't forget, send us your messages, send us your pictures, send us your stories, send us anything to #WingsForLifeWorldRun. Please send us a donation if you are starting to get the picture, starting to understand this remarkable global movement. Here's another fantastic picture. Walk. Doesn't matter. You have 30 minutes to enjoy the love, be a part of this movement before the fun begins with the catcher car. Michelle, some amazing numbers here.
I mean, those numbers are incredible. Over 70,000 participants in Austria, almost 50,000 in Germany, close to 20,000 in Poland. You mentioned already earlier, close to 15,000 in the States. I mean, those are huge, huge figures. And you have to remember, there's 7 flagship runs, but how many other hundreds of thousands runners are just out there, either running by themselves using the app or in one of the many organised app runs?
Great words, Michelle, and that's exactly what our social wall is all about. For those people out there on their own, sending us a little message. Keep sending us your content. We're loving these messages, loving these pictures from all over the world. Hashtag Wings for Life World Run. Let's go down under. Auckland, New Zealand. They're running through the night down under. Almira, Spain looks to have perfect conditions. And once again, this is what we're talking about, Sophie. It's not about the finish line. It's not about medals or miles. It's about enjoying the moment. It's about running for those who can.
It's so exciting to see. I think for me, I work often in broadcasting of the Paralympics, and you see people getting out there and it's very competitive, it's very serious. This is about fun. This is about enjoyment. It's about fitness, about getting out there, getting in amongst it. But it's also about raising money, and it's also about raising awareness. I mean, so much is about this is about explaining to people what spinal cord injury is and what research does. So it's got many, many layers to this important event.
Have a little look at some of these marvellous pictures. And if you like a game of football, see if you can spot the celebrity.
If you're not good at what you're doing, you better be perfectly equipped. Let's go. Wings for Life.
3, 2, 1, go!
Wings for Life, World Run, Munich, English Park. Let's go.
So when Jürgen Klopp says, let's go, we forgot that we were in the commentary box there because Jürgen says, let's go. We were all off out the door. But, of course, we've got to finish off this show. Great to see Mr. Klopp in action there, Michelle.
I just love that he's running in the English Garden. I was just running there yesterday. I wish I could have run alongside him.
Now, this is Heinz and his son, Hannes Kinnegartner, running in Zillertal, which is up in the Austrian Alps. And this gentleman has been such an integral part in the development of the Wings for Life World Run Foundation. He and his great friend Dietrich Mateschitz coming together to find the answers for spinal cord injury when other major medical organisations just decided that the numbers weren't big enough. And I think it is truly magical what they have done. Quick spin around the world, some facts and figures. 165 to 144,000. The ladies are catching up, Michelle. We said this last year, didn't we? Only a matter of time before we're 50-50 men and women. That's the closest it's ever been. Come on, ladies. Let's beat the men at this game next year, please, because we are so close. And you've told me that there'll be more women one year than there will be men.
Absolutely, and we're seeing it across the world. It's just becoming more and more popular. And also, women are better at longer distances, so they will outlast them eventually.
Okay, we're getting ready for the catcher car. Now, this is the USP to this event. It makes it so much fun. We've got celebrity drivers who, after 30 minutes from the start, will get going. Now, they start at 14 kilometers per hour, and about 8.7 mph, miles per hour, for those of you in the UK and in North America. Every 30 minutes, the speed increases. And then when we get into the business end of the race, when all the fun is over and all the hobby runners have had an amazing day, we start the search for our global winners. And the speeds get quite high when we're in the big kilometers. So we'll be fast and furious at around about 3 p.m. UTC. The car will be traveling at 30 kilometers per hour. That's 18.6 mph. And if you're just joining us live here at the Wings for Life World Run, edition 12 in 2025, the start is off. We're almost 30 minutes into the race, and then the catcher car starts its journey. Once the car passes the runner, walker or wheelchair user, their race is over, and most of the competitors return back to where they started, and the party begins, Michelle.
Absolutely, and I think this is where it gets interesting. At the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, you see a number. You see the number of all participants that are currently in the Wings for Life World Run 2025. 310,719 participants. Absolutely mind-blowing numbers. But in about 5 minutes, that number will start to decrease.
It is, and the mind-blowing. It's a 17% increase from last year. But what I love about this part, Sophie, and you have had the same thing happen to you, just tell us a little bit about your emotions when that catcher car draws level, the driver gives you a little smile, and then off he goes.
Well, it's just really fun. You know, I'm a competitive person, Nick, but I have to say I was like, do you know what? This is just fun. I wasn't out there for any kind of prize. I was there just to really enjoy myself, and I knew that there were other runners who were taking it so seriously. And you could see that they were then ramping up their speeds. They were really going to get, this is it. This is when it gets serious.
And to make that fun even more, a lot of the people recognise the driver. This is Adam Małysz. He's a ski jumping legend. He's currently the boss of the Polish Ski Association, actually. But he's like Mick Jagger in Poland, Adam Małysz. I mean, he really is a rock star. So to have Adam Małysz gently cruise by you in the car and wave is just a highlight for so many. I want you to spot this young lady. Emma, turn around. Come on, Emma, turn around. Turn around, Emma, turn around. This is Emma Eicher. This young lady, 21 years of age, she is the future of German skiing. She is going to be such a star, and after a little bit of a tough period, Emma Eicher could be the Olympic star for Germany, as is this lady, Olympic champion, world champion, snowboard superstar, Anna Gasser, who's a regular in the catcher car in Vienna in Austria. And what I love about Anna, she's 33 years of age and she's still winning World Cups on the snowboard tour. This lady is a superb athlete, but dedicated to the Wings for Life World Run. Very, very special story indeed. And Anna is with Reini Sample, who's an incredibly successful wheelchair basketball player, handbiker, mono-skier, and of course a three-time Para-Olympian, Reini. And he'll be with Anna. But for the Polish people, look, all the TV cameras are there. Adam Małysz is definitely the main man in Poznan. Just about everybody will be telling us in Poland, I saw Adam, I was passed by Adam.
And of course, as we said, not every run is a flagship run. There aren't physical cars everywhere, but we have the virtual catcher car. And as we've seen there, Nairobi, Brasilia, all around the world, people are running and listening and waiting to hear that catcher car go.
Let's have a listen in on the audio experience for those wonderful little catcher cars.
Ja, ich freue mich. Mein Name ist Gregor Bloeb und ich bin heute dein Catcher Car.
Meu nome é Manu City e eu sou motorista do Catcher Car hoje.
Pa drago mi je što si ovdje. Sve srce te pozdravljam, dragi trkaču, na startu utrke Wings for Life World Run.
It's my pleasure to welcome you here at the start of the Wings for Life World Run. My name is Ricky Wilson and I'm your catcher car driver today.
So this is one of the big moments of today's Wings for Life World Run 2025. It is the start of the catcher cars. There are some wonderful characters behind the wheel. There's Anna Gasser in Vienna in Austria. We've got rally drivers in Croatia. We have Adam Małysz in Poland. We have Formula One drivers in Breda in the Netherlands. Athletes driving the cars in Switzerland, all looking to reel in our runners who have had their 30 minutes to get as far as they can. What Michelle is starting to look into is those pros finding their pace and tempo. But for us, for me, you wait till you see this, Sophie. These are one of the most spectacular moments as the catcher car, with its starting speed of 14 kilometers per hour, starts to reel in the runners. And the best part, guys, for this is when they see the catcher car coming, no matter whether you're tired, done in, or physically finished, you find a little extra. Here we go. Countdown is on. Catcher car, 29:46. They start on the half hour after our start. There you see the guys in Breda. They'll be driving at a different pace than they're used to on the F1 track. Remember, we increased the speed of the catcher car, so it's tougher than ever. It was 2019, thanks to our wonderful friend Aaron Anderson, that we decided to increase the speed. And here we go. Catcher cars are away. In Poznan, Zug, we're in Breda, Zadar, Ljubljana, Vienna, and Munich. And all of those people who are on the app run, the catcher car is in your ears. Those Philips headphones doing an amazing job at keeping the app runners totally immersed in the catcher car challenge. Now, they're coming fast, they're coming furious, and this is when the fun begins. And what we're looking for here, Michelle and Sophie, is to see the first catches. Who gets caught by the catcher car first? Because these are some of the most beautiful pictures that we may possibly see today.
And one of the things that I love as well, and somebody mentioned it earlier, is just when you see those last few people, they can feel the cars coming and they just find that extra gear and just speed up just as they feel them coming. So I'm just intrigued to see whether we'll see some last-minute sprints there. And Adam Małysz just having an absolute ball.
The crowd are going crazy just to see Adam Małysz. That's how big he is in Poland. And wait and see when he catches his first runners, his first wheelchair rollers, his first competitors. What a legend on the ski jump hill. What an ambassador for sport. And believe you me, I promise you, Adam Małysz has the Wings for Life World Run so close to his own heart. Breda in the south of Holland. And again, we're looking for the very first catch of our flagship runs. And here we are in Vienna, in Austria. Look at this, right in front of the Parliament buildings. And this gentleman, catcher car is coming. You can see it just to the right of your screens. Anna Gasser to the left of your screens there. Oh, I have to be careful here because this puts tears in my eyes, I have to say, Sophie.
Me too, me too. I mean, look at these people who are giving it their absolute all.
And he's still look at him trying, digging deep now. He knows that car is coming. It's Geert Klarenbeck in Breda in the Netherlands. He has worked so hard for 30 minutes. There's the salute. Absolutely marvellous to Robert Doornbos, Formula F1 driver, and Kjeld Nuis, a speed skater from the Netherlands. Then to Munich in Germany. Oh, spectacular. Julia Hubner has worked so hard for the first 30 minutes, running for those who can't. Someone's hitching a ride in Vienna.
That's the way to do it, isn't it? I mean, why not just
jump in the catcher car?
Oh, well done, Joachim. We are so proud of you. Thank you for your performance. And that is the first catch in Vienna in Austria. They have another 13,499 to go. Oh, again, spectacular pictures in Breda.
I find this so interesting, seeing the use of exoskeletons. We're seeing it more and more these days for people who might be able to get up on their feet but can't quite manage those paces or be able to walk clearly. Those devices are able to help your gait, help you move more effectively. And in environments like this and in races like this, it's just so invaluable and so exciting to see, I think.
Sophie, quick question for you. How far did you go in Miami? And when that catcher car came, did you feel you could have gone a little bit further?
Always, Nick. I can't remember how far I went. I was having too much of a good time. I kept stopping and smiling and thanking everybody.
Now, this is the Olympic Park that we're in right now in Germany, in Munich. Then we're over to Vienna in Austria. Spectacular pictures, literally running through the heart of the capital.
So you can see the strain here. It's extremely challenging pushing in a manual wheelchair that isn't designed to be raced in.
This guy's a legend, Lucas Muller, regular on the Wings for Life World Run, a legendary ski jumper who had an awful accident and has given him nothing but motivation in his quest to find a cure for spinal cord injury. And you watch Lucas Muller dig deep when that catcher car comes close.
And that's the competitor as well. As you said, I mean, we know most spinal cord injuries do come from accidents, car accidents, but there are a certain number that also come from sports injuries, in particular other injuries. That's Simon Ehammer here, decathlete long jumper. He's sitting in the catcher car in Switzerland alongside his wife, also an athlete, a hammer thrower.
Everybody is out there running for those who can't. This is the classic example. Absolute beginners, it does not matter. 100% of all entry fees and donations go to spinal cord research projects that are getting closer and closer to finding a cure for spinal cord injury. Anna Gasser, we've already told Anna's story, legendary snowboarder. And I think I can use the word legendary now because, believe it or not, she's 33 years of age and a very, very fine athlete indeed. Look at that, in the rain, in the wet, he's absolutely done in. But you know what? He's done his part. He's played his role. He has run for those who can't. I love it. Poznan in Poland, another run where it's really difficult to get a ticket to actually participate because it sells out in a matter of 24 hours. At 9,000 is the capacity number. And Adam Mawish obviously loving every moment of this in his little electric VW bus there. But you wait till you see the crowds a little further down the track. Into Vienna now. And another spectacular performance, caught by the catcher car. Another superb effort, running for those who can't.
And he just keeps walking. I love it. Just
keep going. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, you've got it in you. Keep going. Oh, this is when it gets good, when you get a bit of downhill, because then you can use those wheels to your advantage, you see.
And this is Heinz and Hannes Kindergartner at Zillertal in Austria. Look at the numbers dropping. Follow the graphics on the right of your screens carefully. And Heinz, he's a real competitor as well, Heinz Kindergartner. He pushes himself every year. He likes to see the distances improve. It's a wonderful story to watch and follow.
Must be incredibly moving to see the impact that his life and his work has had.
It is remarkable, and what is so interesting about this story is that we seem to be getting closer and closer all the time. I'm hoping that we can report it. So good to see the skyline of New York City there. Really beautiful pictures. Early in the morning, we're already just below 300,000. Remember, we started off with 310,000 runners, and now we're already dipping below that 300 mark.
Which is still more than we've ever had before. I mean, this just shows how big this year's event is. As you said, 17% increase on last year, over 300,000. We're still close to that number. Everyone's still running, and we're already over 37 minutes into the run.
Weather conditions look absolutely perfect in Izmir in Turkey. They've hosted the Wings for Life World Run many times before. Here's another athlete being caught by the catcher car in Vienna, Austria. Natalie Trimmel, absolutely delighted. Oh, 1.93 kilometers, I believe. 1.2 miles. Natalie, that is absolutely fantastic.
And you can see the exertion there on her face, can't you, Sophie?
Exactly, and it's why it's so moving to see people that have maybe at some point in their not too distant past, have just had an injury. And now here they are, up on their feet, doing their best and pushing themselves as hard as they can. And that's another thing about this, is that there is everyone can set their own goal. And so therefore everything is a personal best. Everything's an achievement that you have created for yourself. You could see it on her face, what it means to her to have got there. So congratulations to her.
And it's amazing, when there is no finish line, people run a lot further than they believe they can.
And that's all what the Wings for Life Foundation does. It's about the belief. It's about going beyond what people think is possible, whether that is a personal goal that you've set for yourself, or whether what science has imposed on what's possible in the research in that space. So everything is about pushing the boundaries and going beyond what you think is possible.
These have been marvellous pictures in the first minutes of the catcher car. Let's take a look at the numbers that are dropping quite quickly. We've gone below now 270,000. Still 6,000 out there running in North America. Down under in Oceania, just under 3,500 runners still running for those who can't. 11,000 plus in Asia, just under 5,000 in Africa. Some wonderful numbers in Europe. Look at this, just shy of 160,000 runners still ahead of the catcher car across the whole of Europe. And look at those figures in Switzerland and Croatia, over 8,000. Into Brasilia. And again, look at this gentleman, motivated. I have to remind you that Aaron Anderson, a wheelchair athlete himself, won our global championship 3 times. He was so fast in his wheelchair, we had to slightly change the catcher car speed to stop him running away with it.
I love it, I love it. You know, I wanted to say as well, Michelle, this is something that's also really important, is if you are somebody who's a wheelchair user and you're watching this at home, this is great representation for you, to see what it's like to push yourself, to set new goals, to get out there, to do something that you might not think you can do, or that maybe other people think that you can't do. Look at this young person there. Is that her birthday? What's that sign say?
Team Schnecki.
Oh.
And again, it's the support, as you've mentioned. Yeah. Clearly, everyone coming together to do this.
Now, if you're getting a little confused of what this graphic is to the right of your screen, the QR code is a way to pre-register for the Wings for Life World Run 2026. We'll be on May the 10th. All 3 of us will be there, but I want to see more than 310,000 runners. So we're putting it up as early as we possibly can. So if you want to run, for those who can't, then go onto the QR code and pre-register, with registration officially starting on the 5th of November. Don't you love the Swiss mountain horns there in Zug? They're keeping it very alpine in Switzerland. And again in Breda. It's a loop, but it's quite a complicated loop here. Here's another great story. 1341. Menno Streefland just about to be caught by the catcher car. Oh, and Menno, they're cheering him all the way. Menno, 2.83 kilometers is his distance.
That's incredibly impressive if you think about it. Forget about the very hungry caterpillar. That's a very fast caterpillar there.
and again, this is what it's all about. It's about fun. Enjoy the moment. Bring your friends, bring your family together, because before you start, you know that you have run for those who can't. Now, let's have a little listen in to what the app runners are hearing right now. There is this very special audio experience. It's a whole lot of fun. It's also a whole lot of motivation. Tune into this.
Ja, ich freue mich. Mein Name ist Gregor Bloeb und ich bin heute dein Catcher Car.
Meu nome é Manu City e eu sou motorista do Catcher Car hoje.
Pa drago mi je što si ovdje. Sve selje te pozdravljam, dragi trkaču, na startu utrke Wings for Life World Run.
It's my pleasure to welcome you here at the start of the Wings for Life World Run. My name is Ricky Wilson and I'm your catcher car driver today.
Oh, we're in Bratislava, Slovakia. good conditions, not too warm, little bit of rain, but that little bit of rain can often help the runners, Michelle.
Absolutely, and again, we're mostly concerned about the temperature and the humidity. Rain actually helps cool you down as long as it isn't too impactful on the ground.
Well, let's have a little look at more of your pictures, more of your stories with some user-generated content.
Hey Mariana, say hello.
Let's go.
I love run.
Running is good. Vamos que vamos.
One kick down, 20 to go.
Some of those pictures with the ice and cold waters looked a little scary, but let's find out a little bit more on the catcher car, age 12. Hello, World Runner. I'm the catcher car, and I will accompany you throughout the race today. Every few minutes, I'll check in on you and, of course, give you maximum motivation.
Likely the most unique thing about the Wings for Life World Run is the catcher car. While during normal races, people run towards a finish line, in the Wings for Life World Run, participants are being followed by the finish line, the catcher car. Runners get chased by a physical catcher car at the flagship runs, or virtually in the app, or at one of the many app run events. One of the added motivations for the runners getting caught is that they're most likely to guarantee see a world-class athlete. Over the past years, the likes of David Coulthard, Max Verstappen, Adam Mowich or Anna Gasser have steered catcher cars, having caught hundreds of thousands of runners between them.
I love that little shot, just got caught from the app experience. These are the scenes of the catcher car picking up the runners in Munich, Germany. All smiling faces, all absolutely delighted to have played their part in finding a cure for spinal cord injury. If you follow the graphics on the right of the screen, that will update you on how many runners are left ahead of the catcher car, 235,000. And remember, we're about 15 minutes away from the speed of the catcher car increasing from 14 to 15 kilometers per hour. Sophie, I love the encouragement from the drivers.
I mean, if you weren't motivated before, I mean, that will do it, won't it? Wow, absolutely amazing. Especially when the weather turns or you're starting to get a bit fatigued, you know, to get that kind of smiling face giving you a beat, giving you some support and a cheer, it's going to keep you moving.
No, absolutely wonderful pictures there and great support from Simon Ihammer, the Swiss athlete, as he catches all of those runners in Zadar in Croatia. Well, you have to keep your eyes out for the catcher car because some of the scenes of the sea and the surrounding seaside area are just beautiful. Running all over the world, literally. Look at these pictures from New York City and the skyline there, the Hudson River as well. Just beautiful. Brasilia, again, the sun is rising. It's a spectacular day, and these people are all still ahead of the catcher car. Sydney Down Under. It's still nighttime. It's dark and will be dark for most of the race in Australia. Huge numbers, great output. They've been with us since the beginning as well in Sydney. And this buzz that it creates all running through the night sky is quite special. Tokyo has produced 3 men's global champions, or Japan has. And as Michelle has been explaining to us earlier, road running really is a part of the community. It's an institution in Japan. Nairobi, oh, great to have Nairobi with us today. And again, all smiles, people just loving taking a part of this. There is no pressure. Beginners, experts, Olympians, world champions, they're all out there.
Do you know, I wish that somebody who has been injured recently was tuning into this. I really hope they are, to see that there are people all around the world who are running for them and running for a change in outcomes. I think if I had had my injury and I had turned the television on and seen this, I think it would have made a huge difference to my ability to really adapt and feel that I wasn't so alone. This is a huge moment for people with spinal cord injury.
I love that shot of a dad out there with his daughter, a bit like your story, Sophie. Just absolutely lovely. Time for a selfie. Look at them. Here comes the catcher car. And this is what we're talking. Come on, let's go. Here comes the catcher car. Pick it up a little bit now. We're not going to get caught just yet. We're below 220,000 runners across the world. This is the 12th edition of the Wings for Life World Run, and the catcher car is already out and pulling in the runners here. Some spectacular pictures. Some serious faces out there. This is where those butterflies turn to adrenaline and people get what they call in sport the zone. They want to get in the zone and make this work. Ljubljana, was that the boss of the Allwyn, one of our major partners? I think it was, that we saw there earlier. Cape Town again, the ocean view, spectacular part of this city. They're spreading out. That's what we've got used to over the years. The pros start to find their rhythm, their cadence, and those runners that are out there for fun. Well, couldn't get more beautiful Sunday morning than this, could you really, in South Africa?
Starting to see people losing their energy there a little bit. But wow, the numbers, Nick. It's so inspiring. It's making me want to get out there.
This is in the beautiful park of Saint-Denis in Paris, in France. Again, some amazing numbers from the French capital.
I have to say, it's really fun having those music trucks that you might have just seen there in the corner of the screen. They're so much fun. They bring so much energy.
Right, let's go to our social wall and get some more of your pictures and your amazing stories. We're in Milan in Italy. There are just over 200,000 runners across the world. For those who can't, this is the 12th edition of the Wings for Life World Run. And what an amazing start and what an amazing race we are having in our 12th edition. Record-breaking numbers from the start of the day, and the catcher car is getting closer and closer to its increase in speed on the hour. Midday UTC. It could be whatever time it is where you are across the world right now. And these are great pictures from Nairobi in Kenya. And every now and again, we'll see a little spurt from those athletes out there when they see that catcher car coming. But this is what it's all about. Amateur fun runners. You're just out there to help us find a cure for spinal cord injury. We're out there running for those who can't. There will be those that take it very seriously. We'll try and spot the celebrities. We'll try and spot the global superstars. But for the majority right now, this is Michaela Jungova on screen there in Prague. But let's take a look at some of those amazing pictures and the best of the catcher car pictures so far in the Wings for Life World Run.
Let's go.
Klasse gedaan, jongen. Klopt zo. Lekker, Robert, jongen!
Я доезжал. Где моя пушка? Мне холодно, блин.
Gratulationen, Rolli-Fahrer, bravo, super gemacht. Da ist er.
Bueno, la afición de la bandera deportiva, que por ahí vienen bastante, ¿eh? Vamos a preparar las manos.
Some wonderful pictures. Please keep sending them in. Here's a great shot from Vienna in Austria. Dominic Thiem, their legendary tennis player. I think he won 17 ATP Tour singles titles, including the US Open. And Dominic Thiem, a legendary Austrian tennis player, is out there running for those who can't. So good to see Dominic and so many other superstar sports personalities giving their time and making that effort. Look at these pictures, Sophie, from New York City. I know you were in Miami, but if I could choose one, NYC is where I'd be.
Where would you choose? Where would you choose? At the moment, for me, I'm thinking down in Cape Town. That spot looks fantastic, but this is hard to beat.
Absolutely spectacular. The classical skyline of New York City. Just a note, we're below 175,000 runners. So we've already halved the field. And as the celebrations, the dance celebrations, are well underway in Izmir, Turkey. And look at these people holding their phones, because the catcher car tells them via the app experience that they have been caught. Now, the catcher car is at 6.11 kilometers. That's 3.8 miles. Cyclist wants the TV cameras out the way there. That's a good shot. But 174,011 runners as we switch over to Ljubljana in Slovenia, out on the open roads. Now, some of the runners like that. Others would prefer to be on a slightly softer surface. And nothing but motivation from all involved. Catcher cars in Slovenia. Two former motor racing drivers. Zadar. And we're already below 165,000. Doesn't sound like much speed, does it really? That's Sora Duvnjak, a Croatian-born journalist, part of the Croatian catcher car team, doing a great job of saying thank you and motivating the runners. Poznan in Poland. There we can see 6.41 kilometers. Those people who've been caught right now, 7,700 steps they will have made to get that far.
Gratuliere, super gemacht, super gemacht. Jetzt fertig, super gemacht. Cheer.
So let's take a look at some of your pictures that you're sending to the Wings for Life World Run.
Here we go. London is running for those who can't.
Amazing pictures, snow, sunshine, night and day. These are some of the global numbers. People still out there running for those who can't. 2,599 still running in Oceania, as you'd expect. Big figures in Asia, 7,519. Now, on the hour and every hour, we will bring you a full update of the stories around the globe at the 2025 12th edition of the Wings for Life World Run.
It's the 12th edition of the Wings for Life World Run, uniting more than 300,000 people from over 190 nations. Together, they're running for those who can't and raising vital funds to find a cure for spinal cord injury. And this is what the start of the 2025 Wings for Life World Run looked like around the world. Smiles, cheers, deep breaths and excited faces, all gearing up for the challenge ahead. From city streets to mountain trails, the atmosphere is electric. In Munich, a starting shot echoed. In Switzerland, cowbells rang out. And on the Spielberg Ring, the light signaled the start. Different starts, one shared spirit. Pre-race nerves are totally normal, from first-timers to seasoned pros. Everyone feels them, because in this race, everyone is a finisher and everyone matters. Just look at the range of incredible participants this year. Runners of all levels having a great time, and determined wheelchair competitors pushing forward with purpose. Everyone supporting one another. Unlike other races, the Wings for Life World Run has no set finish line. The catcher car chases the runners. It starts 30 minutes after the participants, speeds up every half hour, and when it passes you, your race ends with pride and not with defeat. As the first catchers are coming in from across the world, for those caught, it's time to celebrate and to take pride and part in the part they've played finding a cure for spinal cord injuries.
You're with the Wings for Life World Run. It's our 12th edition, and we're running for those who can't. The catcher car speed has increased by just 1 kilometre per hour, but believe you me, that means a lot to those runners out there. Night or day, snow or sea, the weather is good for some, not so good for others. And the figures are dipping below 150,000. Remember, we started with just over 310,000. And there is the legend, the man himself that won our global title in his wheelchair 3 times. A real part of the history of the Wings for Life World Run. Of course, it's Aaron Anderson, normally in the commentary box, acting as a reporter for 2025 in Stockholm and Sweden, a 3-time global champion. Sophie, I love that graphic.
He is going to be missing being in here. It's so exciting to being able to actually see every time that comes up on screen all of the different runners in all of the different parts of the world. But there he is. I know he's going to be interviewing people and getting in amongst it and finding out some of the stories on the ground.
That's Super Mario in Japan, Tokyo. We always watch the Japanese runners carefully. They've given us a few surprises over the years. And it's Yuichi Arai is the gentleman's real name, but again, finding some very good pace early on. Look at those numbers on the screen. We're 7.9 kilometers. That's the distance covered by the catcher car. 4.94 miles for those of you in the UK and North America. Look at this lady digging deep. She's not done yet. And finally caught by the car in Ljubljana in Slovenia, dropping that figure ever closer to 150,000. 155,000 takes us to about the halfway mark. Now we're running in London here in the United Kingdom. And again, great scenic pictures. Many of you will have recognised the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park, where the British organised app run is being run. These are some marvellous pictures that we've been seeing in Cape Town, Prague, Czech Republic, in the Royal Park there. 14:04 is the local time in the Czech Republic. Still 155,000 runners staying ahead of the catcher car that has covered 8.25 kilometres. Lukas Strutka there, following his app very carefully. Those that have started walking have been caught by the app run. 15:04 is the local time. Izmir in Turkey. Just looked perfect conditions for a race on the Turkish coast.
What a great vibe they've got there in Izmir, isn't it?
Let's have a look at some of these cold temperatures. And I'm sure there's quite a few people disappointed to see London in that list. But these are the coldest temperatures that we're recording. London, Prague, Frederica, which is in Denmark, of course, and Stockholm. Chilly conditions for the runners out there. London has been basking in some beautiful summer weather. But as always, as the summer gets closer, the weather gets worse down in the UK.
I was about to say I thought it looked quite nice in London for once.
Just put that warm filter over the footage, haven't they?
Still some great pictures there. Frederica in Denmark is another exceptionally exciting race that weaves its way through the city of Frederica. And London, it looks like a real party. Stockholm in the park, and this is the coldest. Look at these temperatures.
And look at the wind in Stockholm, 28 kilometers an hour, and you can see the flags waving there as well. I mean, that's a tough gig for those participants out in Stockholm. But I mean, they're used to those temperatures, surely.
It's where Aaron Anderson is as well, and he loves the cold temperatures. It doesn't really bother him at all. Stockholm, of course, is in the Royal Park there as well. And London is in our Olympic Park. It's a real festival party atmosphere. They really are enjoying it down there. I think you're right there. Someone's put an orange filter on the pictures to try and make it look warmer, but it's pretty chilly, to say the least. Now, Ubimet gives us some information on the temperatures in Prague, 15 degrees Celsius. I don't think that's too much of a trouble for any of those aspiring professional runners, and of course, for the experts themselves.
Not at all, actually. I think people, for especially the not-so-experienced runners, around the 10, 11, 15 mark is actually great conditions to run in. So I think they'll be pretty happy with those conditions overall. Miami, on the other side, we're seeing, and Sophie, you'll be able to feed into that. They normally have a bit of humidity. They normally have quite warm temperatures, so that's something to navigate.
If I remember correctly, it was a really early morning start, for which I was very grateful, because it did get so sticky, so hot, and I did not want to be pushing in that environment. In fact, that looks exactly like the same track that we did. Look how beautiful that is.
No, spectacular pictures from Miami. I think, is it the Ferrer Park in downtown Miami? But it's a lovely, lovely track. You've called it perfectly. They go south of the Bay Walk. They go down to Key Biscayne, turning around near Port Miami in around about a 2.5 kilometre loop. Montreal in Canada, it's not too warm there either, 9 degrees Celsius, but a French-Canadian city bringing some good runners together. Can anybody... What sort of mask and outfit is that? I'm not too good on... Is he a Brazilian wrestler?
I don't know, but again, it must be quite warm under...
Yeah.
Must be quite warm under that wig.
Good effort.
Yeah, I like it. I think that one would suit you, Michelle.
Maybe. Next year, I'll promise next year that's going to be my outfit in here.
Poznan in Poland. You cannot believe how difficult it is to get a ticket to... They sold out quicker than any other flagship run. 9,000. I wish... And Andrei Grupa with his team there, all out there. But it is one of those things that they start bragging about in Poznan. I got a ticket. I managed to get a ticket. They could double that subscription so easily, and I'm sure it's something that they're working on. And once again, Michelle, whenever we go to Japan, we're looking for a potential winner.
I mean, you never, ever rule out the Japanese running. Again, they have just such depth and just such strength on the distances. They have this so-called Ekiden system that runs throughout the schools where they run long-distance relays with their teams, and that's why they're such good runners.
Right, let's catch up with the numbers and see who is running where and how many of you are ahead of the Catch a Car. South America, just over 2,000. North America, 3,192. There's a lot still going strong in Miami. Oceania, again, at over 2,000 runners. Remember, these are the app events, individual app events as well. Africa, 2,126 runners out there. And Europe is still buzzing, running on adrenaline at the Wings for Life World Run with 113,782. Izmir in Turkey, just beautiful pictures running along the river. First time we've had a chance to take a look at Athens in Greece. Again, enjoying perfect running weather conditions. Maybe watch the heat as the day gets a little later. But right now, looking spectacular. This in Athens is part of the Zapion Megaron, which is where the track is, which is actually used during the 1896 Summer Olympics. Over to Oslo in Norway. And again, there's one or two finding a good pace and tempo after 9.83 kilometers of the Catch a Car. We're running for those who can't. 12th edition of the Wings for Life World Run. We're in Italy, Ravenna. It's 14:11 local time. Catch a Car has covered over 10 kilometers. 155 runners are still out there ahead of that Catch a Car and running for those who can't. It's coming into the early evening in Mumbai in India. Temperatures are actually now starting to drop.
and the temperature is about to rise in Brasilia. And we can see, again, it doesn't matter what your equipment, some people take off their shoes. There's been some great stories in the past of Olympic champions. Abiba Bikila won the Olympic marathon barefoot, and there's another famous barefoot runner over in Brazil.
Yeah, Zola Bud is the story that comes to my mind as I'm showing my age, aren't I? But yeah, there's wonderful shots there. Ljubljana, capital of Slovenia, and there's a breakaway pack here. Some of the pros are saying, okay, we've had the fun, we've had the love, we've had the whole festival start to the Wings for Life World Run. Now let's sort out who's going to be the national champion, and let's find a global champion.
Yeah, and it's so important for the runners to have each other there to draw back on. They can take turns in leading. We can see in a lot of these locations it's quite windy, so to be able to take turns in leading, that really helps. And obviously on the other side of the planet, local time just after 10 p.m. in Sydney, it's getting close to bedtime for a lot of these participants here, and they're still very much pushing the pace and keeping going. And we can see there how many of them running with headphones, running with that app experience.
It's a lovely shot as well, Michelle, isn't it? Because hydration stations are a very important part of long-distance running.
And you mentioned hydration there. Some of them are carrying their own hydration. It's so important, especially when you're running in conditions where it's warm, where it's humid, to make sure you keep up that fueling early on. It's very hard to make up in the later stages, so you really need to remember from early on in the race to stay hydrated, to keep that nutrition up, to take in some carbohydrates, otherwise your body will shut down.
Beautiful coastal run in Bibione in Italy. It's just mid-afternoon, coming up for 2:15 in Italy, and that is a lovely run out there. Perfect weather conditions, the sea to the left, hills to the right. Bibione, beautiful spot in Italy. It's time to bring you a story on an inspirational gentleman by the name of David MZ, a 37-year-old athlete that is synonymous with the Wings for Life World Run in so many ways.
Spinal cord injuries are not as uncurable as they used to be. And I think Wings for Life came up with that goal before I did, and really said, well, we want to try that. And I think it's a very ambitious goal, but it should be tackled, and that's what we're doing.
David MC is a pioneer in every sense of the world. After a spinal cord injury in 2010 left him with quadriplegia, he rewired his approach to life and movement. Thanks to cutting-edge neurostimulation technology, David became one of the first people with a spinal cord injury to take steps again. But he didn't stop there. From wakeboarding in a custom-designed sea to snorkeling, quad biking and becoming a national wheelchair rugby player, David redefined what's possible. Through years of intense rehab, he's pushed past physical limits, always searching for new ways to move, adapt and thrive. At the Wings for Life World Run, David stands not only as an athlete, but as a symbol of scientific progress and hope.
Sophie, this is just a beautiful story. This gentleman has been such an important part, showing people around the world. Even he is now starting to believe, not just hope, that we will find a cure for spinal cord injury.
And you just look at the progress that he has made, and, well, there he is. What an incredible effort. Oh, clearly feeling it, but congratulations to him. His story is remarkable, and I also would like to point out that although he is, yes, an incredible ambassador for Wings for Life, and he does do so much to explain and to represent the progress in actually the way in which research is impacting people with spinal cord injury, he's also just a great advocate for living life to the full as a person with a spinal cord injury. I mean, there is nothing that this man can't do. He is wakeboarding, he's jumping out of planes, he's doing all sorts. He's also playing wheelchair rugby. And I think it's a really important message to make that actually, if you are someone with a spinal cord injury, your life doesn't just stop there after you sustain your injury. There is hope afterwards, and that might, yes, be walking, but there's also so much to do with your life. There's so much you can achieve. And I think David really embodies that. Yes, he's looking to walk again, but he's also living whilst he's following that dream.
That is a beautiful sum up. He's living whilst he's following the dream. Fantastic words, Sophie. We're in Zug in Switzerland. Look at the numbers on the right of your screen. We're down to 100,000 in the Wings for Life World Run. for 2025. We're going to have a look at the social wall. Thank you for sending in these fantastic pictures, these amazing stories, and keep them coming. We're loving every bit of them. And this is Zillertal, this is Austria, and this is the Kindergartner family, Heinz and Hannes. It looks like they have been caught by the catcher car. Oh, it is thanks to these two that the Wings for Life World Run Foundation is making incredible roads and moving this whole concept forwards at a wonderfully exciting rate. And it is thanks to Heinz Kindergartner that we're all here today, that we're all running. For those who can't, he's out there every year pushing it. Now he wants to know how far he's gone. And many thanks to both of you, Heinz and Hannes Kindergartner, for inspiring runners and researchers around the globe, Sophie.
I think what people might not realise, okay, so the impact that this man has made on research is profound. So by asking that question at the beginning when he was newly injured around what are the chances of changing outcomes for people with spinal cord injury, he triggered a movement. And now what we're seeing is groundbreaking. So the Wings for Life Foundation raises money, and it also brings together researchers from around the world so that they can collaborate on their research. And that's quite a groundbreaking and unusual thing to do. But what it's meant is it's brought these researchers with different disciplines, different expertise together in one room, literally in one room every year. And that has allowed each of them to learn from one another, to push each other further. And so the Wings for Life Foundation, yes, it raises money, but all of that money, it goes into very unique places, and it makes sure that the cure is edging ever and ever closer. So yes, his work and his impact is just immeasurable, really.
Wonderful words. Now, there's a lot of punching going on out there, Michelle. Men and women have gone past the half marathon mark, 13.1 miles, 21 kilometers, a major achievement. Okay, the figures are dipping below 100,000, but to do a half marathon is something very special. And what we're seeing is quite a few of the people out there running across the world didn't expect to hit that half marathon distance.
No, and I think that's the incredible thing. I mean, it's the leaders that are currently close to that half marathon mark. The women now also over that mark. So men and women actually currently not that far apart. Other participants, again, different parts around the world. As you said, they'll be getting caught now. They might be doing, we've done about 1 hour and 20 now, so people might have done 10K. They might be at about 15K by now if you're running kind of an average 5.5 minute pace. But I think that's where you can see the different abilities, but it will get more interesting, as you said, as the race progresses, when we're looking at those people that are already beyond that half marathon mark, the leaders.
Well, we're seeing one or two of the professionals or expert runners that we'll be watching out for later. But let's go back to the audio experience on the app and tune in to what it's like when you're with your Philips headphones on the app and you're getting caught by the catcher car.
Now it's getting real. A little advice from my side, if you can fire up the turbo, now would be the time.
Genau, jetzt ist der Moment. Dein Moment. Dein großes Finale. Also gib alles!
A te pillanatod, a nagy finálé. Adj bele minden!
Fully blin! Besh, besh, besh!
And I've got you, Congratulations, World Runner. You reached your finish and really gave your all today. See you next time, champion.
Numbers are tumbling. South America just under 1,500. North America just over 2,000 runners. Ahead of the catcher car, still running for those who can't. 1,500 in Oceania, big numbers in Asia, and over to Europe where the majority are. Great to see over 1,000 runners still pushing the limits down in Africa, and some big numbers still in Europe. 79,380. Wings for Life World Runners still running for those who can't. Great numbers in Switzerland, 4,500 still out there. Now let's go to Munich in Germany. We're out of the Olympic Park, running through the streets. And the numbers are good, really good in Germany. A huge start number from the German flagship run. 14,000, lovely shot of Liam Friedrich there. And his partner putting in some superb work. Here comes the catcher car. Now, Bratislava in Slovakia. And again, a lot of people looking for a personal best. These aren't professional runners, Michelle, but these are runners looking to really make their mark for their own personal benefit today.
And I think the great thing here in locations like Bratislava is you can see how green it is, and actually running amongst trees keeps the temperatures lower. That's why it's so important to run in nature, because actually it helps with the condition. Here's a great interesting timeline we're seeing at the bottom where the catcher car is in relation to the distance that's already been covered by the leaders and overall the runners here in the world. And as we look to Zadar, you can see some of those runners just trying to outrun the catcher car. There's a sensor on the side of the car that once that passes you, it means you're done. But a few finish line sprints, I think you can say, because the finish line is chasing them.
And we're watching the clock very carefully here, Michelle, as well. Remember, every 30 minutes there's an increase in that catcher car speed, as we all well know here in the commentary box. What, we're about 5 minutes away from increasing the speed to 16 kilometers per hour. Adam Marish there in Poznan, Poland. All smiles.
Distances are pretty impressive. We've just seen some wheelchair participants there in between, and we can see they're over 13 kilometers in less than an hour and a half. That is some solid pace that people are putting in there.
So impressive when you're thinking that they're actually using wheelchairs that are not designed to be racing.
Let's go to the social wall and hear and see and enjoy your pictures and stories.
Let's go! Let's go! Life World Run 2025, baby. We're gonna cure paralysis.
Past the marathon finish line. I'm all in for life.
Tom Hender here, reporting live from Luna Cable Park for the Wings for Life World Run. We're out here running with the Waypoint community for a good cause. Come on.
Wonderful payoff from Dom Hemler there. A legendary wakeboarder, and he's put together a great crew running for those who can't. Let's go to Paris. Let's go to the Park of Saint-Denis. Catch a car, 8.76 miles at 14.15 kilometers. 73,000 runners out there. We have been running for almost 1.5 hours now. Michelle, as we discussed earlier, we've gone past the half marathon distance. Now it starts to get a little bit tough.
I mean, the impressive thing here is, if you think about it, so many runners around the world, they will never go past the 5-kilometer mark. I think there's this common perception of people that that's kind of the distance you're going. All these people that are still running have gone beyond this mark because they haven't been caught yet. And obviously, you mentioned that half marathon mark. I mean, we're closing in on the 30-kilometer mark on the men's side, on the leading side, and they're really now starting to push the pace.
My dad told me when he was running afterwards that one of the things that really kept him motivated and kept him going was this thought in his head of this gratitude for his legs, because he was so aware in that moment when he was running, even though he was exhausted, that spinal cord injury can happen to anyone at any point, and it had happened to me, and he'd seen what that had done to my body and my abilities, and it just kept him so motivated. And I wonder what's running through people's heads at this point. Perhaps it's something similar.
Well, again, spectacular pictures from all over the world. But there's a very important little bit of information coming up now. It's a big question that we all ask, and maybe this will help you find the answer. Why are we running?
I said to my partner, you need to phone an ambulance. And he said, no, I think you're okay. And I told him I can't feel my legs. And told him that I think this is bad. I don't think I'm gonna walk again from here.
I was scared. I could feel that panic rising in my chest. I had no control over my body.
I miss the whole person that I was. I've spent a lot of time since being injured telling people that I'm no different, but I am very different.
So for me, Wings for Life is great because it gives people that hope.
This is the only foundation that I truly believe is trying to make a problem go away.
I know people that have got exactly the same injury as me today, and they were walking, and I genuinely believe, not hope, that there will be a cure in my lifetime.
Some wonderful words. Let's take a look at the numbers across the globe. 2,454 still running in Asia. Most of the countries still have runners out there. Brazil, still hundreds. The whole of South America, just over 1,000. Into North America, 1,500 plus. Europe has the biggest numbers with a huge participation from supporters of the Wings for Life World Run, our 12th edition here of 2025. 63,000 plus still out there. Leipzig in Germany, an app event run.
And this is great because some of you might recognize it. It's the stadium, it's the local team. People get to experience going through the tunnel in the stadium around it.
I want you to join it at home with these pictures. Isn't this fantastic? And it sets us up perfectly to take a look at some of the best of the starting pictures that we saw earlier today. Well, I'm sure you'll agree, some wonderful pictures from the starts of the Wings for Life World Run for 2025. Here is the Catcher Car in Munich, Germany, over 15 kilometers now. The Catcher Car has covered. It's taking our total number of runners down to below 60,000, 59,513. We have been running for over 1.5 hours. And of course, we're running for those who can't. Into Austria and Vienna. And this is the point where some of the professional racers start to draw clear. And Vienna has more runners than any other country at the moment out there ahead of the Catcher Car.
Absolutely, and I think the other interesting thing, you mentioned the Catcher Car there, we will see the numbers drop quite drastically shortly because it's just past 1.5 hours of running, which means the Catcher Car has sped up again, and we should be at about 16 kilometers an hour now in terms of speed, just under 10 miles an hour of speed that the cars are now going, and that means a lot more of those participants will get caught shortly, and then they get to enjoy a nice little ice bath.
And temperatures were high in Bahrain, and that is well-deserved, well-earned. And I'm sure there's one or two others that were hoping that there's an ice bath, maybe in India, maybe in some of those warmer countries. And let's go to Dubai, where the heat has often been one of the key parts of the story. 9.93 miles for the Catcher Car, just shy of 16 kilometers covered. Total numbers running across the world, 56,656. Temperatures, as predicted, UAE top of the table with Kuwait at 40 degrees Celsius. Bahrain and India at 38 degrees Celsius. Montreal in Canada. Lost the pictures there, our apologies, in Montreal. Now we're in Prague, Czech Republic. Still plenty out there. Remember, we started with just over 310,000 runners over an hour and a half ago. We're down to 54,000. Plenty of motivation from the Catcher Car drivers.
We can see here Emma Eicher being really supportive of all the participants over in Munich, really enjoying her role there in that Catcher Car alongside Andreas Wellinger, the famous ski jumper and Olympic gold medalist.
She's such a talented young athlete, Emma Eicher, 21 years of age, real hope for Germany, forthcoming Winter Olympic Games. This is our current male leader in Germany. Just a quick shot there, but interesting to note that he was clear ahead with the lead cyclist there. This is the Catcher Car continuing to reel in, bring the run to a close for big numbers now, Michelle.
And it'll be really interesting to see once the Catcher Car hits that half marathon mark and where we are in terms of participants in relation to last year. Last year, just under 13,000 were still running at that half marathon mark when the Catcher Car hit it. But I think given that we already still have 50,000 to go, I think we might see more still in that space, and that would be really impressive.
Just a spectacular run in Vienna, right through the heart of the city. That's Anna Gasser. We discussed previously, a superstar snowboarder and such a fabulous athlete, still winning on the World Tour at 33 years of age. Sophie, you're there, wishing you were back in Miami, or happy to be in the combox?
Happy to be in the combox. No, it does bring back really fond memories. I mean, it's really powerful to just be in amongst it. No, I said this earlier and I'll say it again. I think, you know, knowing that there are so many people out there actually caring about something that matters so much to you, to your lived experience, it means a lot. And so for me, you know, I was running amongst my friends. I was running with my father. He had joined along too. But I made some friends along the way, stopped and talked to people actually. Once the Catcher Car caught up with us, I had a few chats with some of the local wheelchair users there, people with spinal cord injury who were so passionate about trying to find the cure and raise money and build teams and teams and teams. And, you know, they were like, are you going to be doing it next year? And I think once you get the bug, you know, you're in. And this is it. It becomes, you're part of a family. The Wings for Life is a family. And the more you get involved in it, the more it means, and the more you know the impact that it makes, the more you want to do.
There was another one of those shots. I think it was Levent Demisi that was running and juggling. It's a very cool way to get yourself on the TV
Why not?
quickly. But another indication on how relaxed everybody is out there. I know Michelle's keeping her eye on those pros that are looking to go over 60 clicks and 70 clicks for the world's records. And here we go, Uzbayan. And
Right
this lady
on
we're
cue.
watching very carefully. Running in Washington, D.C., this lady is the current record holder. This lady has won the Global Championship 4 times.
And it's quite interesting right now because at the moment, if we can trust the numbers, she's moved into 3rd global position. Her projected time to finish, her projected distance would be over 60 kilometers. So at the moment, 61.72 kilometers. She's already passed the 26-kilometer mark. So definitely on record course.
We've got to watch this lady very carefully. She's won it 4 times before. Let's have a close look at some of our formal global winners. So there is Nina, who has won it 4 times before. Dominika Stelmark is running in Zadar this year. Aaron Anderson, in his wheelchair, has won it 3 times, but Aaron is reporting for social media on the Wings for Life World Run. Lemoa Ketema has won it twice, 2014, 2015. Joe Fukuda is a racer and a runner that is out there today. And Joe is somebody that could make that tally go from 2 to 3. And I'm really looking forward to seeing Joe, Dominika and Nina. They are the 3. And Lemowork Ketema is also running in Vienna. Not sure whether he's got the speed and power of yesteryear, but never say never. Dominika Stelmark, here she is, right on cue, running in Zadar. And this is what she often does, Michelle. She locks into a male runner that's got good pace, speed and tempo, and that enables her maybe a little bit of drafting, your words, not mine, but she knows this game very, very well. A 2-time global champion.
And we can see there, I mean, it does look quite warm there, but again, it's a great course in Zadar. We've seen some great performances out there. She knows what she's getting herself into, and that's always something to bear in mind. There we can now see the first man over in Croatia, in Zadar as well. Waiting to see whether we've got the name for that runner over there. Christian Robinic, there the leading runner in Zadar, the leading man.
Let's go over and get a little bit more of an update from some of your marvellous pictures, clips that you've been sending us through.
Marco and Sonia.
Hey.
They're holding up really well.
For not too long anymore. But
Thinking to do the marathon, but we're still deciding.
We're running alongside the Mapocho River here in Santiago de Chile, and there you can see the Costanera Center, one of the tallest buildings that we have in Latin America.
Good job, guys, well done, high fives. Nice. It seems like the Wings for Life World Run always does this, brings out the best in people, everyone running for a great cause in spinal cord injury research. And, you know, this could be you next year. Why don't you check out the website online, get yourself signed up for next year. You will not regret it. It's an amazing event, and I hope to see you there next year.
Some wonderful words, some marvellous pictures. We're in Munich, Germany at the Wings for Life World Run. It's edition 12 in 2025. There are 41,841 runners still ahead of that catcher car. The catcher car has been 18.16 kilometres, and we have been running for almost 1 3/4 hours. These are some great pictures. This is Esther Pfeiffer leading the women's run in Munich, Germany, and she's got a good pace, rhythm rhythm and cadence going there, and that really is important now because we're just 15 minutes away from the next increase in the catcher car speed. Poznan in Poland. Again, those professional runners, certainly the experts, are starting to make their mark, draw clear of the crowds, draw clear of the catcher car.
And again, we've got a group of 5 there in Poznan together, so they'll be really looking to support each other for as long as possible. Here we can see some of the many helpers that are making this possible, that are making sure the runners move to the side so they don't get run over by the car. They should just get caught. And that's also part of this whole thing. Everybody that's making these events work.
Let's hear more from Michele Roccati, a 33-year-old Italian that has an amazing story to tell at the Wings for Life World Run.
Stand up again and walk again means liberty, independence on several things of your daily life. For example, talking with you on a standing position, it's something that, for me, changed completely the quality of the speech.
Michele Roccati's life changed dramatically in 2017 when a motorcycle accident left him with a complete spinal cord injury, unable to move his lower limbs. However, Michele's determination remained unwavering. In 2020, he became one of the first people in the world to regain the ability to walk after such an injury, thanks to an innovative project in Switzerland supported by the Wings for Life Foundation. The project involved implanting electrodes below his spinal cord injury, enabling Michele to walk again. His remarkable journey was further highlighted when he set a Guinness World Record for the longest distance walked by a person with paraplegia, 500 meters.
And here is Michele Roccati. These are just spectacular pictures, Sophie.
I find this very moving, Nick. Now, the reason I find this particularly moving is this man has what's called a complete spinal cord injury. Now, there are 2 types of spinal cord injury. You have a complete, which means you have no motor and no sensory function below the level of your injury, or you can have an incomplete injury, where you might have some of either of those. And this man has a complete spinal injury, which means that he has none, just like me. And for me to see him standing and walking is like a medical breakthrough I never see in my lifetime. So it's extremely moving, and it just shows what impact the Wings for Life Foundation has on people's lives. It's extraordinary to see that.
And those research projects continue to develop and continue to grow. 46% of the 65 research projects that the Wings for Life World Run Foundation is currently supporting. 46% are in basic research, 37% in preclinical research, 17% at that final phase that we're looking at, Sophie.
So what's important to note with this money being raised is that it costs, what people might not know this, millions, if not tens of millions, to take research projects into clinical research, which is where the magic happens, so to speak. So this is such an important event for raising those funds. We need every single penny, and of course 100% of all the funds raised do go towards that outcome.
Let's go to our social wall and see how the people are feeling out there across the globe. Loving those social clips, loving those photographs, loving all of that pride from those people that have run for those who can't today. Munich, Germany. 33,827 runners are out there. The catcher car is getting ready to increase its speed on the hour at 1 p.m. That 1 p.m. speed is at 17 kilometers per hour. Well, the band may be very calm and giving us some lovely tunes, but look at these lads out there pushing the boundaries, trying to stay ahead of the catcher car. We're in Zug in Switzerland, where we've seen global winners come from before in previous editions of the Wings for Life World Run. It may have some tough weather conditions every now and again, but it's a very inviting 5-kilometer loop track that can often bring the best of the runners to Zug in Switzerland. Remember, the heat is one of the key characteristics to deal with in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates, as we've just dipped below 33,000 with the catcher car. Look at these temperatures to the left of your screens, 38 degrees Celsius. That wind is very hot and humid, and as often is the case in the United Arab Emirates, chances of rain, 0%. So hopefully these runners and this current leader here is prepared for it. The French-Canadian city of Montreal. They're running for those who can't. On the app, look at him with the phone in the hand, giving them all of the details, motivation, that app experience, and the catcher car in the ears. Quick little check. He's still ahead of the catcher car, still keeps that run flowing on. Vienna in Austria. Beautiful pictures here right now. And this looks to be a breakaway group. Is that Lemuel Ketema there? 2014, 2015 global champion? I certainly hope it is. Looking down at the early leaders. And we're seeing Joe Fukuda in Japan make some pace, but it would be a remarkable story if the 2014 and 2015 global champion, now an Austrian citizen, representing Austria at the recent Summer Olympic Games in Paris of 2024. Wow, 10 years after his last global title, could Lemuel Ketema do it again? We'll keep our eyes on this story and follow closely. Wonderful pictures from Vienna, but that is the lead men's bike in the Austrian flagship run. Now, another one we've got to watch very carefully. This is Joe Fukuda in Fukuoka. 2 times global champion, lovely runner. Look at this tempo cadence. I hate to say it, but he makes it look so easy. He's got lovely pace and speed, doesn't show any pain, gives nothing away. He's like a poker player runner. He really is ice cool in his chances. And please don't forget that Joe Fukuda won the global title in 2023, ran 69 kilometers. He won the global title in 2022. Fukuda is one of the big global pre-race favorites here today. Now, Breda is another flagship run in the south of Holland. That looks to be the ladies' lead. Yep, there's the confirmation from the bike. That's Patricia Teller. Now, Patricia, a 2022 winner. And Patricia Teller again. Teller looking very comfortable. She won in Zug in 23. Let's bring you up to date with our former global champions. Dominika Stelmark was our 24 winner. Kasia Shoda was 23. And then we see the Uzbayan, the Armenian, Nina Uzbayan, 20, 22, 21 as well. But it was the record in 2021 that is still to be beaten. The only female runner at the Wings for Life World Run to go over 60 kilometers. We had a chat with Nina before the start of the race of today. She's now a very proud mum with her husband and young son watching on. She was incredibly relaxed. She knows what she's looking looking for. She's put in the training in a marathon just a couple of weeks ago. And I think Dominika Stelmark and Nina Uzbayan are the two to watch out for as we look to crown the 2025 Global Wings for Life World Run Champion. Now, is this Sustic here, leading in Zadar in Croatia? Let's check that number out. And of course, we have the Sustic sisters. We're told that only one of the two Sustic runners are... And I can confirm that is Natasha Sustic leading. Now, the word before she started the race is that she's carrying a little bit of a niggling knee injury. Oh, Natasha looked pretty strong there, 37-year-old Croatian runner. Let's go to the women's lead in Munich, Germany. Esther Pfeiffer. Now, Esther here, again, out on her own. Esther Pfeiffer, 19.4 miles covered for the German women's leader. Half marathon and marathon German champion. Still needs a little help getting the wrapper out so she can just take in a little bit of a gel to keep that pace and tempo going. But I have to say, Pfeiffer here is looking good. Very good indeed. Relaxed, nice, flowing cadence about the run. This is the women's leader in Ljubljana. We need to spot the number to get the name absolutely correct. There's a lovely shot from the helicopter. 21.34 kilometers on the clock for the catcher car. 25,000, just over 25,000 runners around the world still out there running for those who can't. These are live pictures from Ljubljana in Slovenia. We go to Poznan in Poland. Now, is that Martina Milnishik? Yes, it is. 18.6 miles, 30 kilometers. Martina Milnishik lead woman in Poznan, Poland. 13.38 miles for the catcher car.
Can't feel my feet. Let's go.
Miami, USA. Busy sporting weekend in Miami. Is that the lead woman there? Switzerland, Zug. Just trying to get the number to confirm. 6:54.95. Comfortably the women's lead. Franziska Kuhler-Inauen, leading in Zug, Switzerland. 17.9 miles Franziska has run so far. And again, looking very comfortable. A lovely rhythm. Let's go to our social wall once again and catch up on your stories.
Hi everyone! Hi! From sunny, beautiful Tirana, from me and Kate are running for the Wings for Life World Run.
Hi everybody, just running here in Bogota, Colombia. 2,600 meters altitude. It's tough running here, but loving it, running for those who can. A lot of people showed up, which is great.
Hi, I'm Kelly Cesaro and I'm here in Tallinn for the Wings for Life World Run. Unfortunately, I'm not running this year due to an injury, but I'm still here walking with my dog instead. So yeah, let's see how far we can walk before the catcher car catches us.
Well, there are 10,000 more people than last year that have made the half marathon distance. Not only is the research for a cure for spinal cord injury getting better and better and more concise to achieve that target, but the runners are getting better and better every year as well. It's time to get our hourly update and our global update at the Wings for Life World Run.
This is the 12th edition of the Wings for Life World Run and what it looked like at the start as people from across the globe take part in this truly unique race. Today, over 300,000 participants from 190 nations are running for those who can't, raising vital funds for spinal cord research. Whether it's flagship runs or app run events, running solo or part of one of 25,000 teams, they are all united by one powerful goal: to help find a cure for spinal cord injury. Rain, snow, wind or sun, it doesn't matter what the skies are doing today. Across the globe, everyone is pushing through all kinds of weather. That's the spirit of the Wings for Life World Run. Unlike other races, the finish line chases the runners. 30 minutes in, catcher cars take off at 14 kilometers an hour, speeding up every half an hour. When they pass you, your race is over and it's time to celebrate. Emma Eicher and Andreas Wellinger lead the charge in the catcher car in Germany, while Olympic champion Jordan Diaz and a stalwart for the Wings of Life World Run Lukas Müller participate. Costumes are optional, but they certainly add to the fun. We've got pharaohs on the move, ships cruising, and a snake winding through the course, all while passing through stunning landmarks around the world, from Taiwanese temples to the iconic New York City skyline and along the breathtaking coastline of South Africa. This is the Wings for Life World Run.
Well, the catcher car speed has increased and the numbers continue to tumble. Just 359 still out there running in North America, 328 in Oceania, Asia, 766. Remember, that catcher car speed is now at 17 kilometers per hour or 10.6 miles per hour. Great to see some big numbers still running in Europe, 18,248. Quite a way to go yet before we get down to the closing stages of this race, but there have been some amazing, some fantastic, some truly brilliant performances across the globe. Almeria in Spain, there we see we're down to 17,833. The catcher car at 14.48 miles as we literally whisk you over to Cape Town with the catcher car now starting to pull them all in. It's been a spectacular, beautiful run here in South Africa.
For his 4 hour bike. It took 28 gels.
And you see the gentleman holding on to the phone. It's an app run. All of the information of the catcher car, the motivator, all in the Philips headphones to keep the detail. Istanbul in Turkey, another very, very popular stop for the Wings for Life World Run alongside Izmir in Turkey for 2025.
Öyle yüzeceğinizi düşünüyor muydun yoksa parkta takılı öyle? Ben
Mehmet Bolta, I hope I've got that pronounced correctly, running in Istanbul in Turkey. Sophie, your thoughts so far? We're getting into that part of the race where those that have worked so hard, trained so hard to hit their goal, and we also start to take a look at the pros who are looking for that global title.
Well, for me, I just keep coming back to this. What is the motivation to get involved in this race? Of course, there are winners. Of course, that's so important to so many of these runners. But let's think about this really at the core of this. You're running for people who can't, people who have spinal cord injury. And I think it's a shocking statistic that I think it's every 2 seconds somebody is impacted by a spinal cord injury. There are over 250,000 people each year injured. It can happen to anyone at any time. I mean, yes, most injuries are caused by trauma. That can be through a car crash or a fall, or it can be through sports. And it is indiscriminative in the way it can impact anyone at any point. And I think it's just so important to remind ourselves of that as we watch this race continue, and hope that this is something that people watching at home feel really, that if they want to get involved, that they can go and donate, they can follow along, and maybe next year they could be running too.
Catch a Car speed has moved to the next level, and I'm going to take you to the audio experience. You're going to listen to exactly what people are hearing on the app run.
26 Kilometer und ich kann mir einfach nicht erklären, wie man so eine krasse Leistung hinlegen kann.
Du bist heute dermaßen on fire!
Vederti uscire dalla tua comfort zone, superare i tuoi limiti e rimanere sempre concentrato è incredibilmente stimolante.
Wow, you're still in the race. Impressive. Congratulations. What a pace you've got going. Keep going. Hang in there for a good cause.
Yeah, a little insight into the audio experience that a lot of these app runners are hearing throughout their performance today. We're getting into the difficult phase. 15,000 left. If you're just joining us live here at the Wings for Life World Run for 2025, we started off with a record-breaking 310,719. This is Patrick Morici running in Nairobi. I think he's our current leader down in Kenya. We've just dipped below 15,000. We're getting close to the marathon mark. Michelle, and this is the target, this is the goal, it's that number that so many want to hit.
Absolutely, and I think again what we've said in the past as well, the amazing thing about this event is that actually from the marathon mark is when this race starts. A lot of marathons finish at that mark. This is where things get interesting in the Wings for Life World Run, because this is when really people start to push themselves. I mean, we know how far these athletes have pushed themselves. Some have gone almost 30 kilometers beyond that mark, and this is where it gets really interesting. Now we've got the leaders here. That is Florian Neuschwander, the German, alongside the German first woman, and that is Esther Pfeiffer. Esther Pfeiffer, her husband also an accomplished marathon runner, so they're really, really strong team. She had a great time a couple of weeks ago running well at the Berlin Half Marathon, and now she's really putting it all out on the line there in this flagship run.
Oh, I bet the German fans are on their feet now. Their top marathon runner for the ladies, one of their superstar ultra runners for the men. This is just beautiful. Esther Pfeiffer, Flo Neuschwander, and they're just going pace by pace. Really, I mean, I wonder how long Flo will stay with her, but that is a spectacular shot for all the German running fans out there.
And what we're seeing here as well, again, it's so great to see that all these current leading women in their respective locations have the support of male runners to really go alongside them here. Martina Milnarczyk, she's really benefiting from having that support, that mental support of not being out there by herself, because a lot of the men will be still running together.
Now let's go to Franziska Hula-Inauen.
Over in Zug.
Yeah, she's leading in Zug. She's been out there alone. Very interesting point that you make. No support for Franziska, and she's been out there all alone for quite a while. She's going to have to dig deep and keep her focus. Verena Kaiser now in Austria. 31.7 kilometers. Again, with a good pace and tempo here, ahead of many of the guys.
And that's also something that I think is just so fascinating. When you look at some of these leading women, just the pace that they're going, it's absolutely incredible. It really is reaching that kind of elite level that these distances the athletes are putting in there. I mean, we're seeing they're just running for over 2 hours and they're well beyond that 30-kilometer mark, and it's just so impressive.
And we were so proud to state at the top of our show earlier today that out of all the runners, all 310,000, 55% men, 45% women. It's getting closer and closer every year, Sophie, to a 50-50 split, men and women. I'm hoping it's 2026 for the Wings for Life World Run.
And more people. I mean, it's growing every year. The figures are getting more and more impressive, which means there's more and more money coming in, which means there's more and more chance of an outcome improving for people with spinal cord injury.
You know, more is more sometimes, and I think definitely in the Wings for Life World Run, that's the motto that we like.
This is Moser that is leading here, Cornelia Moser in Vienna, Austria. Let's go and have a little update from some of those fantastic clips, pictures and movies that you've been sending to us here at the Global Race Control.
I'm running for those who can't, so let's go. Let's go.
Let's go! From the Wings for Life World Run in Vienna. Run for those who can. Let's go!
So we're trying to see, we're spotting the catchy car. They're not great. And we are a whole loop in front, so we got still probably 15 minutes to go.
Keep them coming. Just love the snowfall pictures in Ore. We're in Slovenia, the Ljubljana Castle, Congress Square, and some beautiful landmarks in Slovenia. Now, live pictures, here we go. Let's get into the action because the women's leaders are now starting to stamp their authority across the world. We are in Ljubljana, Slovenia, of course, Slovenia's capital. Kačakar, remember, is at 17 kilometers per hour, 10.6 mph, so it's upped its speed now 4 times since the start of this race. The Kačakar has covered 25.94 kilometers, 16.12 miles. We're just below 12,000 runners in the race. For anybody, Michelle, that's out there still ahead of the Kačakar, you've got to be pretty pleased with your performance.
I mean, I'm just blown away by the fact that we still have over 10,000 runners and participants here running and reaching those distances, because it's just incredible. A lot of people, they're not really training that much for it. It's only really the elites, and we're seeing here Esther Pfeiffer, the leader of that women's race in Munich, that have really been pushing for it. Her predicted finish at the moment is absolutely insane, and if she keeps up the pace and the strength that she's running at the moment, it's currently predicting over 67 kilometers, which is absolutely incredible if you think about the fact that we've only really had Nina Uzuban who's managed to reach that 60-kilometer mark.
And I noticed that she was ahead of Flo Neuschwander there as well.
I think
she's dropped him and moved on. There's one for the ladies. Not only is Esther Pfeiffer leading in Munich, Germany, she is leading from a global run. She's leading the world right now, and if she can maintain that pace, Michelle, you picked it up perfectly, it could be an unbelievable performance as we go to the lead woman in Prague, in the Czech Republic. Let's just get that number into the computer.
I think that's Emma Slopkova there, who's leading, just about to reach that 30-kilometer mark, she is. So she out there by herself, battling it out, just about to reach that 30-kilometer mark now, has Emma Slopkova, and over in France, in Paris, Saint-Denis. And here's something really interesting, and we briefly touched upon that, and that is the importance of fueling and making sure you keep giving your body the energy that it needs. Normally, you'd say between 30 and 60 milligrams of grams of carbohydrates. You're trying to give your body between every 5 and 10 kilometers just to keep the energy levels up and making sure they stay up. And we've seen here the runners definitely prepared, came and has a gel there in her hand, making sure not taking it all up in one go, but still making sure that she is consuming that.
And you use the word gels. They're not chocolate bars or protein bars. It's a gel to maintain their fluids, hydration, as well as energy?
Absolutely. And again, you mentioned hydration there, really important. Different people prefer different types of nutrition, so different gels have different textures. And there we see the runners obviously also very much relying on the hydration, which is also key.
Matthias Walkner is our next story. Matthias is at the Red Bull Ring in Spielberg, Austria. Let's hear from the 38-year-old.
Ja, ich bin die Ziellinie sozusagen und jeden Läufer, den was ich einhole, ist da mehr oder weniger aus dem Rennen und ist aber ziemlich eine coole Aufgabe, sage ich mal, weil wirklich man merkt, die letzten 1-2 Minuten, wie jeder nochmal die ganzen Kräfte mobilisiert und versucht, vom Catcher-Car davon zu laufen.
Matthias Walkner is not only one of the most popular catcher car drivers in Wings for Life World Run history, but also the first Austrian to win the Dakar Rally. In 2024, he suffered a serious leg injury that left him unable to race. But Matthias's journey of recovery has been nothing short of remarkable. After a grueling 14 months of challenges, setbacks and intense rehab, in February 2025, Matthias shared that he had fully recovered. His passion for the sport and his determination to recover serve as a powerful reminder of his strength and perseverance.
And here he is running here. Sophie, another remarkable story of absolute motivation. You can see the grimace and pain that Matthias is going through here, but he's not going to stop.
You can just see it, can't you? He's pushing himself so much. And I think it's just one of those things that's really enjoyable to watch, is seeing people push themselves this hard. That after an injury where you could feel that all is lost, you know, especially if you have got, I don't know, a profession, a career, a lifestyle, an identity that you feel that you are so attached to, and then you have an injury and you could lose it all. And yet somehow you find this resilience and you find your way back, and then you do something like this. I think it's remarkable. I think it's inspiring. And for me, I certainly feel like it's something that I just feel very grateful for. They're doing that. He's doing this for people like me, people with spinal cord injury. It's incredibly moving. So I just want to say thank you to all the runners.
Let's go back to Neuschwander and Pfeiffer here. Dustin Uhlich is the German runner just behind. Love the propeller on the cap there. Hopefully that gives him a little extra flight. But for me, Michelle, what's impressive is this lady Pfeiffer. Esther Pfeiffer really mixing it with two of the biggest names in distance running in Germany, and they're the top men. And Esther is setting the pace here. She's on an incredible track, if she can maintain this pace, to smash the world record.
And it's also really interesting to look at her progression. I mean, she competed at the European Championships last year in Rome. She's got a half marathon personal best of 1:09. She's got a marathon personal best of 2:37. We're looking here now, we're at 2:17, and she is currently at 37 kilometers. So she's actually very much on pace to get close to that marathon personal best. And that in itself is impressive, because she will most likely keep going beyond that.
Well, and again, watch this camera I'm hearing here. Watch this camera pull out of the shot because Esther Pfeiffer is absolutely flying here. This is Emma Eicher on the loudspeaker. She's a young German Alpine racer. She really is a star in the making, winning her first World Cup races this season at just 21 years of age. And it's so good to see Emma involved in the catcher car. She skis as quick as she talks, I can promise you that. That's a fact. She's doing a wonderful job. But Michelle, let's go back to this story because Esther Pfeiffer is really impressing us all at the moment.
I mean, she really, really is. And I think one of the things that, again, I mentioned it earlier, she's married to another marathoner, Henrik Pfeiffer, the pair of them really pushing each other in training, really supporting each other. I've got a fun fact there that I've just been handed there, which I love, is that she actually lost her engagement ring during the Cologne Marathon in 2023, but it was found and returned by a spectator. So that's what we love. Hopefully there's not going to be any lost jewelry in this race. But again, loving the way that she's really focused. I mean, you can just see how much focus she has on her face. Still looks pretty relaxed as well. Like normally you'd see some grimacing at this point, but absolutely none of that from Esther Pfeiffer in this race. And she's closing in on that 40-kilometer mark very quickly.
Well, never mind the jewelry. She'll win the crown if she keeps that going. My goodness, that is impressive. And she looks so calm, cool and collected. Let's go to Poznan in Poland. This is Martina Milnashik, that's the correct pronunciation. Martina, again a lady fresh off an impressive time at the Paris Marathon not too long ago.
Yeah, and also she is, if I understand that correctly, a ballet dancer and a trainee physiotherapist. Here, running for those who can't, clearly has an emotional connection with the overall rehabilitation of everyone. And there we have the current leader in Breda in the Netherlands, and that is Patricia Thaler, a Polish runner that's chosen to run in Breda in the Netherlands. And this is where it's interesting because the more runners are participating in these events, they are starting to choose where suits their abilities. And we're quite often seeing a lot of them running in the areas that they feel most comfortable with. And if there's one example that is doing that, it's Nina Uzuban, because she has gone back to the location where she has won the global title twice, over in Washington, D.C.
Yep, she's Armenian. She lives in the United States of America. She took the 2021 world title, or broke the record here, I should say, over 60 kilometers. We had a chat with her, didn't we, Michelle, just before the racing began. She's very calm. She's become a mother since winning her last world championship title. But what we love about watching Nina's running is that she runs with passion and she feels her way through the performance. And that was the intel that we gained from Nina with that little chat before the start of the race. She's going to see how it goes. She's going to see how she feels. And where I'm going to with the point is she puts herself under no pressure whatsoever.
Speaking of pressure, we just saw Florian Neuschwander close to Esther Pfeiffer, and now she's absolutely dropped the two guys that have been close to her. So she's really, really pushing the pace there. We can see she's currently the global leader with just under 24 miles run. Behind her is Nina Uzuban, racing over in the States, and then Martina Milnashik over in Poland. But absolutely impressive there from Esther Pfeiffer, because either she's massively injected some pace there in this part of the race, that close to the marathon distance, or the guys, the Florian Neuschwanders and everybody else have just dropped in pace quite significantly. So I'm really, really interested to see what the prediction says for her. At the moment, still over 67 kilometers predicted for her.
Well, that women's race is starting to look like an absolute crackerjack between Germany and the United States of America. Uzbayan and Esther Pfeiffer. Let's take a look at the numbers of the catcher car. Gets busier and busier. Just 116 runners left down under. 360 in Asia. The numbers are getting lower and lower now. We work our way 50, just over 50 in Africa. Round the globe we go to South America, 55. Still out there running for those who can't. 126 in North America. And I'm happy to report 6,500 runners still ahead of the catcher car across the whole of Europe. We've got a way to go yet, but it is starting to get very exciting. Zadar in Croatia is our next stop. Officially, there are 6,730 runners still ahead of the Kachikar. The Kachikar is just shy of 30 kilometers in distance. That's just over 18 miles. We have been running for those who can't for almost 2.5 hours.
And we're seeing now, again, I said this race often starts at the marathon distance. It doesn't finish there, and that's really when you will see runners showing their strength. Some of these people have been putting in incredible training miles just to get prepared for this. Others have been taking it easier. We've seen a lot of tapering these last few weeks, meaning they've dropped in the distance that they've been training for just so their body can rest, so they can give it their absolute all during this effort today. And I'm sure we will see some records fall on top of those incredible numbers that we've already seen in participation today.
Beautiful shot, aerial shot there in Ljubljana. And again, those stations for hydration play a very important role. We're trying to just catch in on the current leader in Ljubljana. This is Slovakia, Bratislava. Andrea Bisikova is leading the women's run. She's out there on her own. And Bisikova here, yeah, a little check of the watch. You can tell that she's getting closer and closer to her target here. But credit where it's due, digging deep and comfortably holding the lead in Slovakia.
Comfortably holding the phone, just checking in whether there's any messages coming through. And speaking of messages, that's actually one of the great new innovations in the app this year. If you're watching right now, if you're cheering on some of your friends and family members that are running out there somewhere in the world, you can actually send them a voice note straight into the app, straight to them listening, and cheer them on. So I think quite a lot of them would be happy to hear from you.
Let's go to our social wall and thank you once again for sending in your memories of the Wings for Life World Run 2025.
Just finished Wings for Life World Run. Yeah!
Let's go!
Let's go, baby!
Auf der ganzen Welt wird gelaufen. I just lost one!
Yeah! 15 done. Wings for Life is over for 2025. See you next year!
Was geht, Chaka? That's it for me, but probably for most of you, it's only the start. So, what did I learn today? First and foremost, age is an end. You don't do sports through your life and start late again, what I did, then some parts of your body might show you the middle finger. And that was my knee today, gave me 30-something minutes. So, and I walk back. But what an experience. Thank you very much for joining. Wow, see you next year. And I will train. And next year I can go longer. See you.
I just love that little clip from Jürgen Klopp. He is a competitor through and through, and I love the sign-up. I will train next year. I will be back. I will do more.
We'll hold him to that, right?
We will
call him straight afterwards and get him to sign up.
Jürgen, thank you so much for that spectacular and wonderful clip. You've inspired many as the Kachikar is getting closer and closer to taking the total number of runners across the globe below 5,000. And their smiles and the satisfaction from so many of these runners, it's just a joy to watch. Sophie, it's really good fun.
And it's just, I think it's well knowing at this point that you could go home a winner, but also you can know that you've done something for a really good cause.
Yes.
That you can know that you've made an impact. I mean, how often do you go home at the end of the day knowing that you've actually made an impact on somebody else's life? I think it's really powerful.
And
So,
I think
yeah,
what's
well done all the runners.
And what's lovely, Sophie, as well, is that you meet people that you've never met before. One of the gentlemen on the social clip said, I don't know anybody here, but I have joined the family.
Oh, you
I
make
am
friends.
part of it.
Absolutely, you make friends. And I think, you know, at the beginning of that race line, when you're in amongst it as well, you can't get over how many people are there. I mean, when I was in Miami, I was blown away by how many there were. And yes, you do make connections, you make friends, and then you go again next year.
Next year is the name of the game. Let's go to Poznan. We always expect something special out of Poznan, Michelle. Poland is a country that adores running. They adore this guy as well, Adam Małysz, our Kachikar. He's a winter sport, a ski jump legend. But road running in Poland is almost part of their DNA.
It really is, and it's always amazing to see how they embrace this particular event. Not just marathons, but this event. And there seems to be something that is, again, as I said, as we go beyond that marathon distance, we're approaching that ultra, that the 100K kind of Tirana that people are also training for. And Poland in particular is really going after that. And the fact that we've seen some Polish runners running in other countries, knowing that they might actually have better conditions there to challenge for that global title, is just something to bear in mind as we whittle down those numbers. And we've now gone below that 5,000 runner mark.
So, let's go to another VT package, and I'm really enjoying these words of why are we running?
If I woke up tomorrow and I could stand up and be free as such, I think I'd just run and run and run.
One of the things that I haven't been able to do for the last 5 years, I'll be able to have a stand-up hug with my friends and my family and my mum.
Taking her a cup of tea in bed. And the one promise I made was to walk my daughter down the aisle.
What's missing is the money, really. If we can fund that, then the world can be very different for those people that are currently living with a spinal cord injury, maybe people like myself, or even those that haven't yet had their injury. My hope for the future is that people don't have to go through this.
This is the Wings for Life World Run, the 12th edition in 2025. These are live pictures from Valencia in Spain. The Kachikar almost at 20 miles, 32 kilometers, and 2 hours 31 for most of these runners still out there. Valencia crowns its women's champion. Anca Vacucic, I hope I've got that correctly, has won the women's competition in Spain. The current leader on a global perspective for the women's race is Esther Pfeiffer, running in Munich, Germany, with Nina Uzbayan, the Armenian superstar who's won it 4 times before, in second position. To Tokyo in Japan, I must point out the Japanese runners have won the men's global title for the past 3 years. Tom Watanabe and Joe Fukuda is the Japanese runner that we are watching very carefully in Japan.
And we're actually seeing in the top list globally 2 app runners in Japan. Joe Fukuda, as you said, he's currently in the top 5. And then there's another runner, a Brit actually, Jake Baraklov, who's also running it with the app in Japan. So really enjoying that night race that we're seeing over there.
Yeah. Nah, we don't want to get too far away.
And is this, I believe this is Dan Kamak. Now, our computers are telling us that Dan is currently leading. Long way to go yet. Let's not get too carried away, but it's Dan Kamak that he is currently leading, running in Australia. He's at 45 kilometres. And I have to say, Michelle, 45 kilometres and looking strong.
Looking strong. Again, getting that fuel in, really important. He has gone past that marathon distance, and especially especially in Australia, we've seen some huge strides made on the distance and middle distance running side of things. They won a medal last year at the Olympics in the women's 1500. They've seen some really strong performances on the road in the half marathon, in the marathon. They've just had a new national record yesterday in the half marathon. So great performances there. And Dan Cammock's just adding his name to it, looking still pretty smooth. And I just love the fact how committed he is, running with a headlamp in times when normally runners would try and carry as little weight as possible. He's just making sure that he doesn't actually trip up along the way.
Yeah, looking strong. I'm impressed with this. Dan Cammock is our current global leader. Joe Fukuda, the two-time global champion, is just behind him. Jake Barraclough, also running in Japan, is lying third. Very interesting indeed to see somebody down under leading. Let's go to the Olympic Park in London. Stefan Otway there with the number. Stefan Otway leading in London.
And that is such a great location. I don't know whether you've ever had the chance to run over there, because it's just such a great legacy from a big event that now the community gets to use. Now they get to enjoy this amazing space. It's green, there's no cars, and on the screen right now you're seeing a QR code. And if this is inspiring you, and if you're really feeling like next year you don't want to miss out, you want to be able to participate either in the app run, in one of the flagship runs, because they do sell out fast, or in one of these app event runs as we're seeing in London, go on this QR code now and then get notified when the registration starts for next year on May 10th.
And one of the best things that you'll see about this particular location in London, it is absolutely accessible. It was built around the Paralympics and the Olympics, so anyone can participate in this particular event. So yes, get on that QR code and get notified.
Catch a car speed has moved up again. Remember, it gets quicker every 30 minutes, and at 13:30 we up the speed of the catch a car to 18 kilometers per hour. That's just over 11.2 miles per hour. It may not sound much to you if you're sitting at home watching this on the TV, but to those runners out there, it sure means an awful lot. Those speed increases now. We're in Breda.
Looks like somebody's escaped
Ruud
from Monsters
Omens.
Inc.
Is he Monsters Inc? What's that one supposed to be?
I have no idea.
Looked good, no matter what, for Ruud, who is out there enjoying his run, for those who can't, in southern Holland. Let's go to the lead woman in Brasilia, Brazil. Just under 3,500 runners out there. And this is Karina, I hope I get this right, Obriaina is the current leader in Brasilia for the women's race. Not quite in the top 5 of the global ranking, but it is something very special indeed just to win your national race in Brazil.
And the conditions out there are starting to get tough. A lot better conditions over in Germany. In Munich, it's actually drizzling a little bit. It's cool. Those are ideal conditions for those runners that are used to running those distances and running the speeds that Esther Pfeiffer is showing here. The faster you are, the more heat your body produces. So actually, for runners that are going at the speed and the distance that Esther Pfeiffer is running here, it's actually beneficial to have slightly cooler temperatures than it would be for a lot of those mass runners for whom it might be a little chilly out there, but she really benefiting from that.
Michelle, this is a lovely shot. Look at the cadence here. Look at the technique. There is a skill to ultra running, to long distance running. I know Esther's fresh off the back of a half marathon run, but she looks like she's in for the long term here. And it's so good to see the German runner pushing Nina Uzbayan, who is in second position over in the United States of America. There is, right on cue, Nina there. She's running in Washington, D.C. And Nina, well, she's got fond memories. She's won the global championship on this very track twice before, as we mentioned earlier, in 2020 and in 2021. It's a relatively flat 5K loop. And what Esther Pfeiffer, Michelle, will be pleased about is they made a few alterations to the track in Munich to make that steep climb a little easier. than in previous years of the Wings for Life World Run.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, she's gone past that 40-kilometre mark, which would normally one of those distances that would be challenging for the runners in Munich.
Yes.
And she's gone past that. One thing that I'm really, really interested in this next half hour or so is I don't know how far Esther Pfeiffer has ever raced, because she's a half marathoner, whereas with Nina, we know she's pushed her body on numerous occasions well past this marathon mark, and so it'll be really interesting to see how those runners adapt and how Esther Pfeiffer can keep up this pace now that she's past the marathon mark.
Now, and there's Franziska Hüller-Inayen, Swiss. She's about 5th position. She's got a bit of a hilly climb here. This is Breda.
Patricia Thaler, we saw her earlier, the Pole who's chosen to run over in the Netherlands. I don't know whether she's based there or whether she's proactively gone there. It's a big run, so always a great opportunity, and we know the Netherlands is flat, so definitely one of the benefits of running over in Breda. But this race is far from over.
Well, whilst we're getting into the business end of the women's competition, let's just take a little breather, smile a little bit, some of the funniest shots from the run so far. You're with the Wings for Life World Run, 12th edition, 2025. This is our current leader, Dan Kamak, in Australia, 47 kilometres on the clock, running for 2 hours, 40 minutes. 2 times global champion, Joe Fukuda in Japan, is tucked in right behind the Aussie leader. And Jake Baraclough from Great Britain, but running in Japan, is also in the mix. Noizinski, another familiar name and a Polish runner that has been on the top of the podium before, lies in 4th position. Stefan Ottaway, running in the Olympic Park of London in Great Britain, lies in 5th position. Global Leaders is looking fast and furious. Early days, Michelle, but these look like the 5 to follow.
Well, you mentioned early days, but one of the really interesting things that we're seeing in this men's race as opposed to this women's race is the fact that actually all of the global top 5 are running somewhere at night, whereas the women are running in daytime. I don't know whether that's a coincidence or whether there's some benefit to those guys that are really pushing themselves.
This is the story that so many of us would love to come true. The 2014 first ever Wings for Life World Run winner. He did it again in 2015. Yes, it is Lemmerwerk Ketema running in Vienna, lead man after 10 years. Could Lemmerwerk Ketema win the 2025 Wings for Life World Run? That would be something truly amazing. No matter what the outcome of this story, Michelle, this is just a joy to watch.
It really is. And again, I think the interesting thing with this race will just be to see how it develops. We know he can push his body that far. We don't know whether all of the other runners can get this close. We know Joe Fukuda can do this, but we don't know how many of the other guys have gone so much beyond that 40-kilometer mark. And I think that's where things will get really interesting. Give this another 10-15 minutes and we might see some really big changes at the top in this global standing.
And of course, Lemmerwerk is an Austrian citizen now, representing Austria at the Paris Summer Olympic Games. The question is, how hard, how far does he want to push it? Well, the answer to that question for this lady is very, very interesting. Of course, this is the ladies' global leader, Esther Pfeiffer. We know she's got some amazing times with the marathon, but we're about to go beyond the marathon. And for Esther here, perhaps heading into unknown territory, this is an interesting one. Gotta be, Michelle.
It really is. She's really close to that 44-kilometer mark now. At the moment, if she keeps going like this, the prediction says she could reach the 66-kilometer mark, which is out of this world. It would be absolutely smashing Nina Ozuiban's record from a few years ago. And I think if we could get anywhere close to that even, it would be incredible. But again, I'm very intrigued to see how much longer she can go at this pace, knowing that she's someone that, as a professional, also has to keep in mind her other races that she might have lined up.
Well, all the statisticians are crunching the numbers are wild. They're frenetic here, and their calculation is if she can maintain this pace, she will break the world record by 6 kilometers.
One of the interesting things is, from the chat that we had with Nina yesterday, when we asked her what she thinks women would be capable in an ideal world, how far they would be able to push themselves, she did say that if a runner can keep up with this 3:35, 3:40 pace, then she thinks the distance that could be achieved would be around the 67-kilometer range. So Nina actually wasn't very far off there, if we can keep up with the pace. And we know this guy so well, don't we?
Oh, we're in Fukuoka in Japan, and this is the double champion, Joe Fukuda. And Joe is looking super calm, cool and confident here. Are we going to see Japan take the global title for 4 back-to-back years? Look how cool he is. He's got the Philips headset on, and he really is in the groove here. This is spectacular running in Japan. Another story on a gentleman that inspires people all over the world. It is the British man at 46 years of age, Stephen Dowd.
Hi, my name's Stephen Dowd. Back in 2016, our lives were turned upside down when I went to work one morning on my bike, and unfortunately I hit a barrier I didn't see. As I went over the top of that barrier, I landed on my head and I broke my neck, which left me instantly paralysed from the neck down.
Stephen Dowd was left paralysed from the neck down with an incomplete spinal cord injury after a cycling accident in June 2016. He was taken to St George's Hospital and offered experimental surgery from a clinical trial on the spinal cord matching his injury. The surgery alleviated the pressure in the spinal cord and eventually led to Stephen being able to walk again. He still faces physical challenges because of his injury, but feels incredibly lucky to be able to stand and walk again. With his first steps completed, Stephen set himself new goals, and since regaining the ability to walk again, has participated in every Wings for Life World Run.
Well, there is Stephen Dowd in the Olympic Park in London. Sensational story, an inspiration to so many, Sophie.
Interestingly, standing with him there is Ben Tainsley. Now, we saw him. Ben is also a survivor of spinal cord injury. He's standing there with Stephen, the two of them, but both coming through. And really interestingly, both of them, those two men that we just saw there earlier, they have both sustained spinal cord injury at quite a high level, but both of them have regained the ability to walk. And it does make me think, if their injuries had happened at the same time that someone like mine had happened, their outcomes would have looked so different. And that is because of the work that's being done in research and the way in which Stephen Dowd there, he had told his story about how he was very quickly put into a clinical trial after his injury, and the impact that has had has meant that he is now able to compete in events like this. Is quite profound.
Really wonderful stories. I'm enjoying each and every one of them. Now, we're in Paris, the park in Saint-Denis, in the French capital. Joe Fukuda on my computer screen here in the commentary box has just gone to the top of the men's rankings. Stefan Otway leading the men's race in the Olympic Park of London, fresh off the back of a half-marathon victory as part of his preparation for this Wings for Life World Run. Doesn't seem to have anybody to run with him, out there all alone. And now he really does need to dig deep, focus in. Not really yet challenging from a global perspective those top 5 runners, Fukuda, but there is a British runner in the chase. That's Jake Barraclough. Back to Germany here. The catcher car continues to reel them in, and remember, the catcher car is about to go up to another speed at 2 p.m. UTC. The pace increases to 22 kilometers per hour. Catcher car continues to reel them in Breda. We've just enjoyed the views so much in Cape Town. This seems to be their male lead. I think this is Sifu Godwin Mati. (1,828 runners out there. This is one of the few still running in South Africa. Getting close to 3 hours of running, 10 minutes off the clock. Sifu digging deep here. Andy Goldberger, Austrian ski jumper. We've had a little bit of a switch around. There was a little bit of an issue with Kamak's information. Joe Fukuda is now gone to the top. Kamak is actually now down in 12th in Australia. Andy Goldberger, for those of you who don't know, legendary ski jumper. Wonderful guy and a real ambassador for the Wings for Life World Run. He's been with us since the start in 2014. Now here is Kamak in Pinaroo down in Australia. He's actually in 12th position as we've had a little bit of an adjustment, a technical adjustment to confirm where Kamak is. Of course, the 27-year-old Australian who won in 2024 in Adelaide, won the Wings for Life World Run in 2023. Again in Adelaide, has a target here of 52.9 kilometres. In stark contrast to Joe Fukuda. Joe Fukuda, of course, has a PB of 69.01 kilometres. He's our global champion 2 times running. Japanese have dominated the global men's Wings for Life World Run race 22, 23 and 24.
Yeah, I've got them in my hand. Yeah.
Now, ignore that graphic. I think this is Otway.
I won't put my arm out this time.
Just ask him to try and keep... It's so important that they keep the numbers in vision. But Otway leading comfortably in London. Remember, at 2 p.m. UTC, that catcher car pace increases to 22 kilometers per hour, 13.7 mph. Lovely pictures of the Olympic Park there. Now, Germany's leader, Fischer. Interesting here. So many of us were expecting to see Flo Neuschwander blaze the trail. Oh, this is Hendrik Pfeiffer, I'm being told. Now, Henrik Pfeiffer is the husband of Esther Pfeiffer, who is currently leading the women's race. Oh, husband and wife team, double win in Munich. Wouldn't that be nice, Sophie?
Absolutely. I seem to think they've got kind of matching kit as well. Slightly pink, slightly a bit colourful. So impressive.
Catch a car with Emma Eicher, the German rising ski racing star, giving as much motivation as she can. And of course, Andreas Wellinger is the driver of the German catcher car. He's a famous ski jumper, yet to give up, and continues to make his mark. Oh, I'm delighted that Emma has joined us. She's such a talent. And Emma Eicher could be the young lady that really does put Germany on the map at the forthcoming Winter Olympic Games in February 2026. Lovely aerial shot here from Poznan. And the current leader is Martina Milnerzik. Catch a car at that higher speed now starts to reel them in quickly. That's Adam Małysz, remember? Legendary ski jumper, president of the Polish Ski Federation. But to many of the Polish sports fans, just a legend on the mountain, winning the World Cup, I think 4 or 5 times overall ski jumping titles. Now for me, Martina Milnerzik, leading the women's run in Poznan, Poland, currently lying 3rd in the global ranking. It's Esther Pfeiffer that's currently leading the women. Nina Uzbayan is lying 2nd in the USA, but running for Armenia. Breaking news that Dominika Stelmark, there she is, right on cue. She's done. This is quite a surprise. Getting the story here that Stelmark stopped at 40k. This is the 2024 global champion, remember. Polish runner in Zadar. She only wanted to go 40k. She leaves it wide open now for a potential winner in Germany, a potential winner in the USA, a potential winner in Poznan, Poland. There's Andy Goldberger being caught, another legendary Austrian ski jumper. Wow, what an athlete. I remember when he broke through for the first time in the ski jumping world. It was such a big story. And a wonderful, wonderful ambassador for the Wings for Life World Run. Now, while they're still out there running and challenging the catcher car, let's take a look at some of your pictures and some of your stories on our social.
kilometres, 98, so close, so nearly did my 7k, but I was aiming for 6, so I'm a winner. But everyone here is a winner as we all raise money for spinal cord injury. It's a new record, 312,000 people or something, absolutely huge. So yeah, can't wait to see what the final numbers are.
Hey, I'm Felipe. I'm with Brian, aka Urco MC. He has a cerebral palsy. We are running Wings for Life here in Medellin, Colombia. Let's go!
Let's go.
You're with the Wings for Life World Run 2025. Is that Jake Barraclough running in Japan? confirmed that is Jake Barraclough running in Japan, 49.3 kilometers. British runner, long way from home, but putting in some good pace and tempo here. Jake is currently second in the global standings. He's at 49.35 kilometers. If he can maintain this pace, and look at the look on some of the Japanese runners. Who's that guy going past me? Where's he come from? Well, Jake is on track to break the record at 70.88 kilometers. And of course, that record was set last year by Tom Watanabe at 70.10 kilometers. So this could be very exciting. A brilliant run in Japan. But Sophie, it's from a British runner.
Yay! Love to see the Brits represent.
Now, this is another lovely story to follow. It's Lemmerwert Kettemer there in the red. He's with Andreas Voiter. These are the leaders in Vienna, Austria. But what a story. Lemmerwerk won the first ever Wings for Life World Run. He was running for Ethiopia back in those days in 2014. It was a sensational race, a brilliant performance. 2015, he won it again, and he's back for more. Could he win it 10 years after his last global victory? Well, not if this man has anything to say about it. This is Joe Fukuda, a two-time global champion. And I have to say, Sophie, look at that cake. How relaxed does he look?
He looks like he's just started.
Oh, just remarkable. And Fukuda, for me, is the man to beat today. Looking incredibly relaxed. But could the Brit Jake Barraclough stop Joe Fukuda in his quest to lift a third global title? Mikael Walshuter, men's leader in Poznan, Poland. Let's go over to Slovenia, Ljubljana. Kachikar is at 24.6 miles, 39.59 kilometers. These guys and ladies have been out there running for just under 3 hours. And we're starting to get into the business end in our search for national and global champions.
Something I'm reflecting on as I'm watching this as well is something that we heard earlier from a man called Ben Tainsley, who was included in one of the videos explaining why is it that we do this run, explaining the motivation. And something that he said was if he woke up tomorrow and he could stand up, the first thing that he would do is run and run and run. And I can't help but think, I wonder what's going through these people's minds and if they are even thinking about that too. This idea that they are running for those who can't. And that someone like Ben watching this, and for someone like me watching this, we are not able to run at the moment. This is something we can live vicariously through. These people who are pushing themselves to the limit, pushing their bodies and running for those who can't.
Just a few minutes until the Kachikar hits the marathon distance. And for us, it's time to get a global update. The women's competition is looking phenomenal right now, as is the men. Let's update you on where we are and where we're at.
This is the 12th edition of the Wings for Life World Run and what it looked like at the start as people from across the globe take part in this truly unique race. Today, over 300,000 participants from 190 nations are running for those who can't, raising vital funds for spinal cord research. Whether it's flagship runs or app-run events, running solo or part of a team, they're all united by one powerful goal: to help find a cure for spinal cord injury. And that's why it's more than just a run. You can see the emotion, excitement, hugs, tears. Every step is part of a global movement. But what makes this event truly unique is that unlike other races, the finish line chases the runners. 30 minutes after the start, Kachikar set off and speed up every half an hour. And now the chase is truly on. In Germany, Olympians Amma Eichinger and Andreas Wellinger are leading the chase behind the wheel of the Kachikar, while those being chased include Olympic champion Jordan Diaz and Wings for Life co-founder Heinz Kindergartner and his son Hannes, whose story inspired it all. An emotional moment that sums up this incredible race. And when we say this race is for everyone, we really mean it. As the world runs through tunnels, past temples and skylines, these runners are making lasting memories every step of the way. With love from Vienna, virtual catches and proud medal moments. In every scene, the joy is real. From Valencia to Bahrain, from lonely app runs to cheering crowds, this is what the Wings for Life World Run looks like around the world. But the race is only just beginning. Esther Pfeiffer is setting the pace in Germany, and right now she's leading the women in the Wings for Life World Run, while two-time global winner Joe Fukuda is amongst the global male leaders at the moment in Japan. The race is well and truly on.
This is the Wings for Life World Run, 12th edition for 2025. The numbers are falling, but the action is getting very exciting. 12 runners left in Oceania. Moving up to Asia, there are 69 runners still ahead of that lovely little catcher car. Africa has 4 runners in the chase for national and, of course, the global title of the Wings for Life World Run. Just over 1,000 runners across Europe still ahead of the catcher car. Dominika Stelmark has called it a day at 40 kilometers in Croatia, Zadar. She stopped it herself, waiting for the catcher car. She's decided not to go any further. Of course, Dominika was our 2024 champion. She hit a distance of 55 kilometers, but not this year. So many horns of appreciation. So good to have Dominika Stelmark here, but she has stepped aside. We're looking for a new global champion now, and this lady has impressed us all. Taking in a little hydro. Oh, she has to stop and start again. That's not what she was hoping for. That's her own bottle by the look of things, or is it not her bottle? Oh, and this is a nightmare for Esther Pfeiffer. She got such a good rhythm flow about her cadence and work, and a stop-start at the hydration stop is just a nightmare.
It's a nightmare, and it's also really interesting because as a professional athlete, she will be used to a very specific fueling strategy. She will normally have the tables at a race. She will have her own bottles. She'll know what's in them. She'll know how much carbohydrates, how much electrolytes is in there. And here, she's now had to resort to using just water, and I think that could really make a big difference. There we can see she's missed it.
Oh no.
She's dropped it, and that could really make or break. If she can really hold it together mentally now, this is where it gets mental. If she can get back into running, then we're on for a real race. But it could well be that a moment like this really has thrown her off.
Well, that moment of confusion could take a lot of the pace, tempo and focus out of Pfeiffer's performance. The winner of the women's race in Ljubljana has been confirmed. Let's go to Breda.
So in Breda there is Patricia Thaler, the Polish runner running over in the Netherlands.
Yeah, she's studying finance, isn't she, in Poznan, but has gone down to the south of Holland to run here today, and it seems to have been a good choice. She's in 4th position in the global rankings. She's still comfortably ahead of the catcher car. Remember, the speed increased at 2 p.m. UTC, up now from 18 to 22 kilometers per hour. That's a 4K increase now as we get into the business end of this competition. But Patricia Thaler looking very comfortable, calm. She has a PB of 53.56 kilometers. Patricia set that mark at the Wings for Life World Run in 2022 in Poznan, her hometown.
And the interesting thing is, when we're talking about numbers, we've almost got 3 times the amount of runners still in that we had last year. And over 300 people, if I'm not mistaken, are beyond the marathon distance. That is incredible. 300 people still going.
And incredible is the word for the next lady on screen. This is the 4 times global champion, Nina Uzbayan. It'll be interesting to see now. She's so relaxed. As we said earlier in our broadcast, we had a little pre-race chat with Nina. She's feeling very comfortable. She's on that track in Washington where she's won twice before. She actually went to Zug in Switzerland and won as well, to be fair. But this is where she feels most comfortable. This is where she took the world record and the first woman ever to go above 60 kilometers. I've got a funny feeling that the two ladies, the lady in Germany and the lady in the USA could be battling it out. I want to go back to this Pfeiffer story here because she's lost a little bit of the focus, and now all of a sudden she's not looking as smooth, as comfortable. She's not flowing like she was before that nightmare at the fueling station.
Exactly, and again, because we've got that great side angle shot. Earlier we were talking about the technique, about her gait, and we can see that she's starting to slowly lean back. If we compare her to Nina over here in Washington, she's still got that slight forward lean, and that means that there's still this kind of forward drive that she's pushing for. She still looks really relaxed. You can see she's still got fueling with her as well, carrying that with her, so definitely thought about the strategy. And again, just knowing that she has covered that distance a lot of times will be something very, very good in the back of her head.
Now let's not write off Milzanik here. Martina, she's lying third in the global standings, obviously running in Poznan. She's at 48.02 kilometers as we watch her now. If she can maintain her pace, well, she'll be getting it up to around about 51 kilometers, looking solid to take the national title of Poland. Just a little bit off the pace to challenge the German and the Armenian leaders in Munich and Washington, USA. Looking to the right of our screens here, Michelle, this is Patricia Talar. She's come to Breda. She's a Polish runner. But I have to say, here's one of the runners that is looking to raise her game. She's always got that slight grimace on her face. Just reminds me a little bit of Paula Radcliffe in a way. But what we can see from the stats on screen, she's picking up her tempo as we get into the real business end of the race.
Absolutely, and I think the other thing that's really important to think about, as we're every year reaching those new distances, getting closer to those record marks, is just overall how not only things like fueling strategy and everything has changed, but also shoe technology, and athletes are now able to run for longer, to recover better, using all of those benefits, and that's also something that we'll be seeing more and more throughout the race here as we look at Italy and Ravenna.
Yeah, very impressed with this gentleman out there on his own, one of the few app runners all alone rather than in an app event or a flagship run. Let's go to Japan, Fukuoda and Joe Fukuoda. I have to say, another runner that has really picked up the pace. Jake Barraclough, that's going up against him in Japan, is also looking to chase him, but I don't see any sign of Jake, and I see Joe really pushing the boundaries.
And Joe is super interesting. I've actually been having a look at his training because obviously in this day and age it's quite easy to find this information, and he really is out here for the win this year because he's been really training, and we can see that's the other Brit over in Tokyo running, and you've got some information on him, don't you?
It's a funny story. He's a YouTuber, and he's making this story. Ran to Japan is his YouTube channel, and it's all about Jake moving to Japan to become a more accomplished ultra runner, and it's really working for him. Fantastic. He did a 2:14.55 in the recent Tokyo Marathon, and wouldn't it be something quite special if Jake could give Joe Fukuoda a real run for his money?
It would be fantastic, and it goes back to show what we talked about with running culture in Japan and it being so ingrained in everybody's personalities and in lifestyle itself, and Jake's clearly benefiting from this. So let's take a look at who is in Austria. And he was running together with with Keptema earlier, exactly.
Yeah, Lemmerwerk Ketema has been dropped. You've picked it up.
And looks
Andreas
like
Voita leading in Vienna now, and that dream story, maybe I was getting a little too emotional there. The dream story of the 2014-2015 global champion, Lemmerwerk Ketema, he has been dropped, and this is now a comfortable lead for the Austrian runner. Ljubljana, men's lead. Number 7:06.40. Wojtek Baran from Poland, running in Slovenia. And again, that's a it's a lovely balanced cadence and stride here. 3:11.43. these runners have been going. Look at those stats on the right of your screen. It's dropping quickly, isn't it? 350 runners out there in the Wings for Life World Run for 2025, edition 12. That Kachakar's increase of speed by 4 kilometers is making a big difference to the numbers. Well, we're getting some reports here on Lemawet Ketema here. Let's take a look at this carefully, Michelle. He's run off the road here, and maybe he needs to take a pee break, or maybe there's something not right from an injury perspective, but certainly not what we were hoping for. Let's hope that he can get back into the race and get back into the chase.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we have seen in the past where actually taking that quick break, whatever is making you feel uncomfortable, it could be a stitch, actually you can breathe it out, you can take a break there, and sometimes people are coming back. We've seen some incredible performances in the past where that has helped, but it'll be interesting to see with Andreas Wojciech whether he can build enough of a lead there in this particular race in Austria and increase that gap between him. Over in Germany, Esther Pfeiffer seems to have not let the break or that missed water bottle disturb her too much, but we can certainly see she's not looking as comfortable as she did earlier. Her strides are not as long anymore. The arms, the shoulders are going up, and shoulders going up is normally always a good indication that you know things are having to push a bit farther.
She could do the little bit of help from David Schörner here. He's a very established German racer. We've seen him win in Germany before. We've seen him put in some big performances. Now, Esther could do the little help from her friends here right now, and David could put... There's her husband, and her husband is out there leading. Let's go to Washington. We're going to start bouncing you around the world at a rapid pace right now as this women's competition starts to come to the closing stages. This is the lady that's looking for title number 5. This is Nina Uzban, the Armenian runner that set the women's record here back in 2021. A little kiss. Is that goodbye, or is that saying I'm in the zone here? Because looking very strong indeed. She's at 49.8 kilometers all alone in Washington, D.C.
And again, I think if you compare her form right now to Esther over in Germany, Esther Pfeiffer, I think you can see that Nina is looking a little bit more comfortable, also still looking really, really comfortable over in Poland is Martina Milnarczyk there, because she's still got that long stride. Overall, you can see the upper body is quite relaxed. She's still looking pretty comfortable. And again, we know that, especially on the women's side, Polish athletes have shown some really great resilience.
Talar is down in there, another Polish athlete we said to watch out for. This is Talar running in Breda in the south of the Netherlands. Patricia at 49.7 kilometers, and he's back. Oh, aren't we happy about this? Lemawet Ketema is back in the game. Let's bring you another story, a very, very beautiful story. This is Diane Vitkus, an American at 32 years of age, from Boston, USA.
Obviously, I would love to walk, and that's the end goal, but there's so much more that goes along with the spinal cord injury. I can't even bring my arms out in front of me because I don't have the abs to hold myself up. It's little tiny things that you don't even think of are the things I miss the most.
In July 2020, Diane Vitkus, a 29-year-old surgical physician's assistant, experienced a life-altering fall. After watching the sunset on her roof, she slipped down a ladder and was left paralyzed from the chest down. Before her injury, Diane was an active athlete, excelling in multiple sports and even completing the Marine Corps Marathon in 2019. Since her accident, Diane has worked tirelessly to adapt to her new life. She's embraced adaptive sports like hand cycling, rock climbing, skiing and sailing. And through these experiences, she's shown that no spinal cord injury doesn't have to limit anyone's ability to enjoy life to the fullest.
Sophie, fantastic story, a lady with a lot of heart.
Absolutely. She's another incredible ambassador for Wings for Life. I think, again, a bit like we've seen with David Emsey, they've got this really powerful balance between striking this sort of passion and determination to find a way to improve their circumstances and hopefully walk again, but also live as a person with a spinal cord injury. And that certainly is possible at the same time. And she's incredible. She's a powerful... Oh, another person dropping a water bottle.
Well, Stephen Ottaway not too impressed. I think that was his wife trying to hand him the water bottle there. I think there'll be a few words there. Finally, somebody helps out the leader in the Olympic Park in London, Great Britain, of course. Stephen Ottaway's at 32.9 miles for all of you British viewers. We have been running for 3 hours and 17 minutes. There are 238 competitors still ahead of the catcher car across the globe. The catcher car is at 46.37 kilometers. This is our current leader in the men's race in Brasilia. Now, Munich in Germany has been providing us with some sensational stories, and the married couple, the Mr. and Mrs. Pfeiffer, am I allowed to say that?
Yeah,
Esther is in there, and her husband is leading. Esther's had a really topsy-turvy run, problems at the fueling stations. Now it looks like she's found the bottle that she was originally searching for, and let's hope she can get back to the rhythm as we switch shots to her husband.
Yeah, and again, as I said, the great thing about having a couple like them, they would have probably been preparing for both of this. They know this race is on the cards. They're both marathoners. Obviously, they will be training together. They will be going to camps together. But here we can see the strained look on her face now. She's drinking water, so no electrolytes, nothing else. And she's really starting to look like she might be thinking that we could be nearing the end.
Now, there's the top four in the women's global standings, but I'm with Michelle here. That beautiful long stride and cadence has switched to quite a short, stuttering cadence. She's not as confident as flowing. And look at the cadence or the stride pattern here from Nina Uzbayan, the Armenian four-time global champion. She's just flowing beautifully.
And the difference here is, if you compare the distances that the two runners have covered, Nina has only, if you were to say, covered 50 kilometers. Esther is 2 kilometers ahead of her, so she's put in a much faster speed than the other two runners chasing her currently, including Martina Milnacek. So it might just be that Esther might have gone out a little too fast, and the runners that are experienced over those longer distances have timed it to perfection, because Martina Milnacek out there and Patricia Thaler, they're still looking really comfortable.
I love that shot of Martina Milnacek. She seemed to be taking in the views and having a little look around, just checking who she was drawing clear. Thaler, this is her style. She always shows a little bit of grimace on the face. But again, the two Polish ladies, they're experienced. They know the game. They know how to time their charge, if you like, in the closing stages. This is the leader in Zug.
Franziska Huller-Inauen. She just about to reach that 30-mile mark. And again, still looking pretty good out there, but also the conditions out there, she looks quite drenched. Definitely had a couple of showers over there in Switzerland.
So I can hear viewers back home, Michelle, saying, is that good or bad for Franziska, the current weather condition?
Depends, because it don't know exactly what the conditions in terms of humidity is. I think it looks actually pretty cold where she is.
Yeah.
There we've got the weather coming in on cue.
Thank you,
a little
Jeanette.
windy, chance of rain 100%. We can certainly see that. And the temperature is 14 degrees. Now, if you think that she's running, it's not that warm. She's probably getting a little cold now, being absolutely soaked through. But she has run close to 30 miles. So I think overall she'll be quite happy about a little bit of rain there.
She's a four-time marathon champion. She's coming back into running after taking some time away to enjoy her family. And she's all alone, but that weather looks pretty horrible there in Zug. And this is a difference now. As we said right at the top of our broadcast, Zug is almost at the gateway to the Swiss Alps. It's hilly there. It's not going to be easy
And
now.
you can see it's not just the rain on her, you can also see how wet the ground is now, and actually how hard these runners are having to run over bridges and whatnot. So it's just starting to look like a pretty tough race in there.
Oh, Neuschwander is out. This is a big, big headline from Munich in Germany. Flo Neuschwander. Many of us were hoping 2025 could be Flo's year as the global champion, and it is all over. And incredibly popular. He brings a huge posse of runners to the Wings for Life World Run every year. But Flo Neuschwander of Germany is out at 46 kilometers. A great performance from Florian once again, but Michelle, I've got a funny feeling he'll be a little disappointed with that.
He will be, but I think the most important thing with him is that he is still one of those runners that mobilizes the masses. His community is still one of the biggest. I think he's got close to 3,000 runners that are all running as part of his team, the Neuschwander team, and even though he might not have broken the record, just knowing how much he's contributed to others running, to raising those vital funds for spinal cord research, I think that will be a little bit of consolidation for him.
And this is Nikolina Sustic, Natasha Sustic. I keep getting the sisters confused. I do apologise. They are twins, so it's okay. 29.1 miles for Natasha Sustic. 46.9. I think that's an exceptional performance because we came into this race today thinking that she was carrying a knee injury, and she's performed brilliantly to take the women's national title in Croatia. Get there eventually, sorry. I'm just watching this lady so intensely now. Can she keep it going? My computer here in the combox tells me that Estelle Pfeiffer is not only leading in Germany, but she's still ahead of Milnashik, who's now gone second. Nina Uzbayan has now gone third. Numbers of people still running. Germany 51, Austria 41, Japan down to 19. And that was men and women. Quick graphic on screen there. Still leading ahead of the world. Women, 4 in Germany, 2 in Austria, 2 in Poland, 1 in Switzerland, 1 in the Netherlands. But the question for you, Michelle, how much has this lady got left in the tank?
It's difficult, but I think she's actually starting to look a little better now. There was a bit where I was genuinely worried about her, but I think she seems to have picked it up a little bit again. She looks like she's found her groove again. I think it's quite hard, especially once you have been going at a certain stride the whole time, to then suddenly realize, no, I should take it back. She's massively in the lead.
Hang on. This is Nina not looking good at all. Now, that's her husband and coach. And he's asking, is she done or does she want to continue? He's handed her a little bit of some gels by the look of it, all within the rules and regulations, of course. But it looks like Nina is saying enough is enough. And this is a breaking headline at the Wings for Life World Run for 2025. 4 times champion. Will she go? Oh, she's off again. Come on, Nina. Do not stop yet. And that was Max Subian asks her very calmly, very coolly, Nina, have you got any more? And here is Nina's answer. The 4 times global champion of the Wings for Life World Run kicks again.
And I think the interesting thing here is as well, she's got the benefit, she's got a 5K loop. She knows exactly where she's going. She knows exactly how much she's got left in her legs. Esther Pfeiffer just has to keep going and see where her legs take her. But Nina has now dropped globally into 3rd position here. So they would have kept, as they had their phones there, they would have kept an eye on exactly where she is moving, but currently in 3rd position. Let's see whether she can get one more of those 5K laps in. But the runner that's looking really strong and has now moved into the 2nd position is Martina Milnashik over in Poland.
Yeah, and we're just minutes away now from one of the major catcher car increases. It moves up by 4 kilometers per hour, from 18 kilometers to 22 kilometers per hour. And that is quick. My apologies, we go from 22 to 26 kilometers per hour on the catcher car from 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. UTC. Now, it's all about who has got the strength the power and the focus. All four of the leading women are looking a little tired. They're starting to lose a bit of their technique. They're starting to, I hate to use this word, but look a little ragged. And who can blame them? They've been running for 3.5 hours, and they are running for those who can't.
But this graphic here is super interesting because we see where the catcher car is. We know it's going to speed up in less than 5 minutes, and we can see how much of a lead at the bottom Esther Pfeiffer still has on the chasers behind her. Not only the chaser car, but also the chasing women. Martina Milnacik, Nina Usebein, Patricia Tyler, all still looking really strong.
Now, finally, a little help from my friends for Franziska here in Zug in Switzerland. Worst of the weather, I would say, the most undulating of racetracks right now, out there in the foothills of the Swiss Alps. But Hula Inoan is still smiling, chatting, enjoying her run out there at 49.8 kilometers. She's just off the 50k mark. There it is, to the left of your screens. Franziska has hit 50 kilometers and she's still smiling.
And I love that they both gave each other a little tap there because that is a massive distance. We're beyond the marathon distance. We're now moving into ultra terrain. And that is especially impressive because of the terrain that they're currently moving in.
Here comes the catcher car! He's coming, and it's game over in Switzerland. What a spectacular performance. Worst of the weather, the most undulating of tracks, but it is a great run for Franziska. Oh, that is quite spectacular. This lady has smiled from start to finish. Absolutely brilliant.
And there it comes. The catch is on.
Congratulations. Our women's global champion will not be coming from Zug this year. Let's go to Vienna in Austria. And you can see already, Michelle, how that increase of the catcher car speed by 4 kilometers per hour changes the story so quickly.
Instantly. I mean, we've literally just about to increase. We haven't even increased yet. And we're seeing those women being caught one after another. That was over in Austria, Cornelia Stöckel-Moser that got caught there.
And that's Cornelia Moser being caught in Vienna, Austria. And I think Moser is the women's winner in Austria.
Super impressive showing here in Germany, Munich.
That is a great performance. 50.61 kilometers.
Aaron Anderson would be so proud to see the wheelchair participants still repping it there. 50 kilometers, Sophie.
I know,
for you?
my mouth is wide open. When I'm not biting my fingernails with anticipation, my mouth is wide open. That is so impressive, especially in the rain as well, pushing like that. The grip that you would need to be able to keep going.
And speaking of, you speak of grip, I speak of grit with Joe Fukuda here, running by himself out in Fukuoka in Japan, the two-time global champion. He already now closing in on that 60-kilometer mark.
Joe Fukuda leads the men's chase for the global title. And it's time for us to ask again, why are we running?
Because of you, me and all the other wheelchair users have hope.
Because of your support, spinal cord injuries will one day be an injury that can be solved, and you will change the lives of so many people.
Because of your support, I will no longer have to live my life in a wheelchair. I will be able to run outside again. I'll be able to go on the beach with my friends and family.
Because of your support, you give the spinal cord injury community belief, not just hope.
Now, with the Kachikar speed increasing to 26 kilometer or 16 miles per hour, we are starting to lower the numbers at a rapid rate, and it is only those. Remember, we're way past the marathon distance. It is the ultra runner specialists that now need to dig deep and kick hard to stay ahead of the Kachikar. 26 kilometers per hour is fast, especially when you've been running for over 3.5 hours. Two speeds left for the Kachikar at 30 kilometers per hour and 34 kilometers per hour. We're in Ljubljana. And another Polish runner has taken the national title here.
How are you?
Wojtek Baran has won in Slovenia. This has been a fascinating story to follow, and with all the ups and downs, Estelle Pfeiffer is still leading the women's race from a global perspective, as well as leading in Munich, Germany.
Yeah, I didn't think I need to really retract what I said earlier, because she's still digging deep. She's now past the 55-kilometer mark. That is almost 15 kilometers past the marathon distance, and now we've got this beautiful view of the top 4 women over in Germany, in the US, in Poland and in the Netherlands, and it's getting really, really interesting. Over here we see in the big screen now, that is Patricia Thaler racing in the Netherlands in really flat, nice conditions, just checking her watch there, but I think she's still looking pretty good. She's currently covered about 54 kilometers of distance, so still about a kilometer behind Esther Pfeiffer. In third there, that's Nina Usabayan.
Now, Nina Usabayan, she knows how to play this game. I must keep reminding you, she's won this global title 4 times before. She knows the game. She's got the tactics. She's got the experience. Has she got the ace to play? That is the question. A last bit of motivation from her husband. Could that be enough to take another level from Nina Usabayan? As for Esther Pfeiffer in the left, Munich, Germany, she's on track to smash the world record. We follow that, and I like the way Milnishek here, running in Poznan, Poland, still looks strong. Time for a little bit of a liquid intake, but that lovely long stride and cadence keeps this Polish runner in the chase for the global title. Martina Milnishek on track, on screen right now, is currently lying second. She's ahead of Usabayan, and she's just behind Pfeiffer.
And I think the other interesting thing looking at these 4 runners is the level of competition that they have. If we think about, okay, Nina set the record in 2021, was the first and only athlete ever beyond the 60-kilometer mark. But actually, if we're looking at the projected distances and where these runners are, Esther Pfeiffer's already beyond the 55-kilometer mark, approaching the 56-kilometer mark. Nina's struggling a little there. We could see a little stop, but she keeps going, she keeps pushing, and this is really, really down to the wire.
It is down to the wire. All top 5 runners are at over 50 kilometers. Esther Pfeiffer, with her current pace, is estimated to go 60.30 kilometers, and that will be a new record for the women. Thaler is in the center of the screen, and this is one we're watching. We've just seen Nina Usabayan. She stopped again, but she starts again. And is this start, stop, start style telling us that the 4 times champion is coming to the end? Thaler here digging in deep. Here she is, Nina Usabayan, the Armenian runner, holding the world record holder at over 60 kilometers. She's looking like she's coming to the end, Michelle. I think it is fair to say she said, when I'm done, I will not mess around. She'll call it quickly. Another look at the clock. Could we see the 4 times global champion calling it a day here? That Kachikar, of course, it's an app run, an app experience for Nina. We'll call it on the phone. She's watching her clock very, carefully indeed. And if the word gets to the other ladies that Nina Özbayan is out of the chase, that may give them the confidence to kick again.
Certainly, and I mean, again, going back to the strength of the field right now, Esther Pfeiffer, with her distance, she's close to she's just hit the 56-kilometer mark. That moves her straight into equal second position on the all-time list.
Nina's called it! Nina's called it! Left of your screens, Washington, D.C., USA, 4 times global champion, is walking again. And is this the end of the challenge from Nina Özbayan? Oh, Washington, D.C. thought they'd got another champion. It was here on this very track where she set the world record in 2021. The dream of a 5th victory looks to be slipping through Nina's fingers. Another look at the clock. She goes again. Oh, this is bravery beyond. This is running for those who can't. As Nina Özbayan of Armenia stops and starts again, Michelle.
Go on. It's so impressive. Just when you think you're going to sit on the edge of your seat, gosh, she's done it. Off she goes again.
She's dropped down to 3rd, Sophie. Now Martina Milnacek goes up to 2nd, and it is still Esther Pfeiffer, left of your screens in Munich, Germany, that is leading. But here comes Nina with another kick.
I mean, Esther Pfeiffer is just incredible because her distance now moves her into 2nd all-time. Only Nina has gone further than her. Nina has that grit. We're seeing that. She's struggling clearly, but she absolutely keeps going. She is fighting. She's a true fighter, and she does not want to let that global title go. I'm sure she's got someone in her ear being like, look, you're one of the top 4 in there, and she keeps going.
Now, Michelle, let's look carefully at the 2 Polish girls on the right of the screen here, Talar and Milnacek. But then Nina stops again, and I think this will be the last time, and that gives a golden opportunity for Poland to take the women's title. There is Nina Özbayan. She's stopped. She's walking. I'm not sure. She's also walking a little bit wobbly there as well. And I'm not sure whether Nina... God, she keeps proving me wrong. And may she keep doing so as Nina Özbayan again tries to hold a top 3 global position. She's won in the United States of America. That is a fact. That is in the book. But can she take the global title for an amazing 5th time in her running career at Wings for Life World Run?
It's so tight. We just had that bar at the bottom. That was really interesting to see how those 4 runners are in relation to each other and the catcher car, seeing them next to each other. I'm amazed at her mental strength, because now none of this is the body telling you. This is just the mind fighting. Again, really impressed with Esther Pfeiffer. I had her written off shortly after the marathon distance when she dropped that water bottle. And look at her now. The shoulders have dropped a little bit again. She's going. She's moved up into 2nd all-time. Only Nina Özbayan has gone further than her. And Esther Pfeiffer is now leading still globally. And now in 2nd, she has moved up.
Yes, this is Martina Milnacek. Now, I want you to look at the technique here carefully, because the 2 Polish girls, and here is Talar, Patricia Talar, and Milna Marcianik, they're both looking strong. They're both looking focused. Have they timed their performance to perfection?
I think they have. And the one other thing that those 2 have as an advantage over Nina is that both of them are running alongside the cyclist. Whereas you can see with Nina, she's being filmed from behind, so she doesn't have this kind of constant pacemaking almost that those other 2 Polish runners have. And I think that's also something that Nina, looking ahead, she doesn't really have that support. And I think that's something that, again, going back to the mental perspective of the whole thing, Patricia and Martina are benefiting from. Oh.
Now, let's watch carefully here, because Nina has stopped again. This will be the 3rd, maybe even the 4th time that we've seen this stopped start from the 4 times global champion, Nina Özbayan, formerly Nina Zarina, of course, for those of you that may not know our previous stories. But Nina is stopping, starting. She does not want to quit. Now, Nina is on an app run, whilst the others are at flagship runs. So we'll see the catcher car with the 2 Polish ladies and, of course, Esther Pfeiffer. But we will not see the catcher car for Nina Özbayan. So Nina is going purely by the app experience, which is attached to her watch, I am sure. Now, the computer in the comm box here tells us that Esther Pfeiffer still has the lead. Can you see the catcher car in the corner in Breda, Holland? No catcher car, and Talar looks to find another gear.
But you can see the catcher car has now covered 55.52 kilometers. Nina has covered 55.97 kilometers. So it's really only a few hundred meters away from Nina. And now she's walking again. It's closing in on her. It's closing in fast. Will she get going again? She does. Oh my God, this woman is incredible. I am in awe. Nina Özbayan.
Yeah, it's inspirational. She's running for those who can't. That is why Nina keeps digging deep and going again. She knows, she's passionate about this foundation, and she's passionate to keep running for those who can't. Talar is centre screen. She's a Polish runner in the south of the Netherlands, running and looking strong, I have to say. Patricia Talar has moved up into third position.
It's getting real tight now. The catcher car is very close to that 56-kilometer mark. Look how close it is closing in. It's reached 55.98 kilometers. Nina's just gone past that 56-kilometer mark.
And this is the quality of the race. Both the Polish runners have broken the Polish national record. They are now looking for the global title. There's another stop from Nina, and I think this could be the last one. Özbayan, no, I keep saying this could be the last one, and I'm happy that she proves me wrong. And these pictures from Washington, D.C., quite remarkable. But this stop-start from Nina is dropping her down the global rankings, and it's allowing the Polish runners on the right of your screen in Poznan and in Breda to get closer and closer. She's still keeping that nice rhythm, and Esther Pfeiffer still leads the women's global race.
She is, but now we're seeing in her face, now is that strained look. I think she's starting to struggle. If we're looking at the two Polish runners, they're still looking a little bit easier. We have that strained face over from Patricia Talar. I am impressed with Martina Milnicik. I think out of the four of them, she is looking the strongest. Meanwhile, Nina is waving.
And there it is. Yes, it looks like it is game over for Nina Özbayan. She's done. She has given us some amazing pictures, but there it is, caught by the catcher car. Four-time global champion, will not make it number 5. But I have to say, Max Özbayan is already there with her, and also her coach. And remarkable pictures. Nina has given everything she possibly had, but will have to settle for a potential top 4 placing. 2 Polish runners and a German runner left in the chase for the global title. There's the catcher car, right of your screen. Catcher car is bearing down on Patricia Talar in Breda of the Netherlands. Now, does Talar have a kick? Because to the left of your screen in Munich, Germany, Pfeiffer seems to be ahead, as does Martina in Poznan, Poland. But we can clearly see the catcher car bearing down on Patricia Talar, leaving us 2 in the race.
And we also know we will have no global female champion because Nina is out, Dominika Stelmach is out, and it will be either Germany or Poland that does take the title. The catcher car.
Oh, and look at the smiles, look at the joy. She has had a spectacular run today. Patricia Talar away from home, travelling to Holland or the Netherlands, and that is a brilliant run. 3rd position, 2 to go, Germany or Poland in the chase for the Wings for Life World Run Women's Global Race. Here is Pfeiffer, Esther Pfeiffer for Germany. She's a talented marathon runner. Many people have never seen her go this far, and she is still ahead of Martina Milnicik running in Poznan, Poland. Now, if you study the technique, the style, you'd think Martina has a little bit more left in the tank.
She's literally got a spring in her step. I am so amazed how you can run over 57 kilometers and still have that technique. As I said, Esther Pfeiffer is starting to look a bit more strained. They are looking over. I think they might be seeing the catcher car in the distance.
Yep.
And it is going to go down to the wire. Esther Pfeiffer, again, being a professional athlete, she's built that gap towards the front. So she's still leading.
Kachikar coming in Poznan. Sorry to interrupt, Michelle, but this is the picture and the long shot that we're looking for. Top right-hand corner of your screen. Kachikar is coming down on Martina Milnicik in Poznan, Poland. Will it be Germany? Will it be Poland? Because here comes the little VW bus and Martina, oh, she knows it's coming. Look at the smile. She's loved this. She's enjoyed it, but she hasn't got the pace to beat Esther Pfeiffer. And Poznan will claim second position in the women's global race. Oh, Martina Milnicik, absolutely brilliant. She's been running for 3 hours 45, over 57 kilometers the distance, and she's just been pipped by Esther Pfeiffer in Munich, Germany.
And if it wouldn't have been for that last speed up of that Kachikar, I think it could have gone down even more to the wire. But I think Esther Pfeiffer did such a phenomenal job, going out so hard. I mean, her predicted finishing distance was close to 67 kilometers early on. Now she's closing in on that 60 kilometer mark. Can we see her go anywhere close to that? It's going to go down to the wire.
Oh, well, I'm not sure whether she'll smash Nina's record, but Germany will have their first ever women's global champion. She is the German national half marathon and marathon champion. Oh, what a great performance from Martina. Congratulations. She's got to be absolutely thrilled with those kilometers that she's covered today. Not quite enough. Let's get back to Esther Pfeiffer and see where the German leader is right now. Here is Esther, there is the Kachikar. Look to the top of your screens. If those cyclists could give us a little bit more room, we'll see that Kachikar coming. Kachikar and the bike, but she's done enough. Now the question is, can she go over 60.10 kilometers, not only win the global title, but also break the record? Here comes the Kachikar. The record is up for grabs. Does Esther Pfeiffer of Germany have one last kick? I'm sure the news has been given to her that she's won the women's global race. Now we're looking for a world record. First time ever a German female runner has won the Wings for Life world run. And can she add a world record to it today?
It'll be so close. I don't think she can do it, but can she make it beyond the 59 kilometer mark? That for me is the big question. If she can do that, she will be the only woman that's ever even close to come to that 60 kilometer mark. She's so close now. She's well past that 58
Come on,
kilometer mark.
Esther, let's have a world record. Esther now, Pfeiffer, does she have another kick? Does she have another gear? Or will she just celebrate being Germany's first ever Wings for Life World Run champion? This is a magical moment for the German organisers of their flagship event. It's a magical moment for German athletics, but can Pfeiffer deliver and give us a world record here? There is the Kachikar. The speed is high, remember, at 26 kilometers per hour. Esther Pfeiffer is the champion. She hits the 59 kilometer mark. It's a spectacular performance from Germany's half and marathon champion, adding the Wings for Life World Run title to her illustrious list of victories. Just misses the world record. I make it around about 59.01 kilometers. 60.10 is the record she was hoping for, but nonetheless, this is a magical moment for Esther Pfeiffer and Germany's first ever Wings for Life World Run Women's Global Champion.
I am so impressed, and I'm so glad that she managed to literally just keep going and get that 59 kilometer mark. I mean, seeing that sign, she must have been like, I can get this. And the other amazing thing, we now only have 23 runners in total in the race, and one of them is her husband, Henrik Pfeiffer, because he's still ahead of that as well. So I am so thrilled for our new global champion, Esther Pfeiffer.
There's the confirmation, 59.03 kilometers. Only the second woman in the history of the Wings for Life World Run to have surpassed 59 kilometers. A spectacular performance for Germany's first ever winner. And could her husband join her in a double act? Wonderful performance, great running, a dramatic performance, I have to say, from Esther Pfeiffer. Problems at some of the water stations, mix up with what was her bottle and what was not, and that was something very special indeed. With the odds going against her, she clearly lost her focus and was in all kinds of troubles. She put them behind her, dug deep, found that gear, and to deliver Germany their first ever Wings for Life championship, global championship win is something very special indeed. Well, let's go and find out exactly where Esther's husband is. Henrik Pfeiffer still looking to keep the chase flowing. Joe Fukuda, the news is breaking already, is absolutely flying, and Joe Fukuda is on track to break the men's championship. We're just joining the celebrations here with Esther Pfeiffer before wrapping up this men's race. Hopefully she's got a couple of words for us.
Hey, können wir das Interview?
So, Joe Fukuda. At the moment, my computer screen tells me that he's on track for a massive record here. Fukuda, with a catcher car at 60.32 kilometers. I'm getting information here that he is at 65.59. I'm going to ask to have that triple checked, but the computer is telling me that he's at 65.62 seconds. Now, remember, world distance, the world record distance is at 70.10. Michel, if he can maintain this pace and tempo, he will hit 73 kilometers. Not only another win for Japan, but a new world record.
And I think the interesting thing with him is in 2023, he came so close to that world record. I mean, he was within less than a kilometer of Michael Taylor's mark from 2020 back then. Last year, we obviously got that world record from Tomoyo Watanabe of 70 kilometers, but can he get closer to that?
So, last catch in Zug, Switzerland. They've had the worst of the weather, the toughest of the conditions, and we know it's a track that's undulating and difficult. Just 20 runners left in the race across the globe. This is Limurg Ketema. Now, Ketema in second position, we believe, in Vienna.
Yeah, and it's still Andreas Voita who is leading in Vienna, currently there.
Voitagen is leading in Vienna, and this is a very, very good run indeed. Possibly not one of the guys that we had down at first. You look at the stats here at the 35-year-old Austrian Andreas Voita, and yeah, 1,500 meters, 3,000 meters, but not at this kind of distance. This is exceptional.
No, and if you look at his past performances, he's run past the 30-kilometer mark in 2023. He ran beyond the 40-kilometer mark. He has now gone past that 60-kilometer mark, and that is massive, massive improvement.
Michel is lying in second position. This is another Jake Barraclough. Now, this is a British runner trying to up his game, raise his standard by living, eating, breathing, and basically adopting the Japanese system. And look at him go here. 63.5 kilometers for Jake, and he's looking very impressive indeed. Now, is this Dariusz Noizynski? Yes, it is, right on cue, lying fourth. Noizynski has got a really good track record over the years. I mean, I've got stats for Dariusz going back to 2017.
And the most impressive thing with him is how consistent he is. We just compare him there to Andreas Voita. He has consistently gone beyond that 60-kilometer mark. That is nothing for him. And that's over in the Netherlands. Max Ram, I believe, he ran in Munich last year and is now running over in Breda and challenging. And here we have Henrik Pfeiffer.
This is Henrik Pfeiffer running in Munich. It will be a husband and wife win in both the men's and women's national competition. He's at 64 kilometers, but I think in the global race, he's not going to quite crack it because that catcher car is going to come around the corner any moment now. But whilst we focus on Henrik in the closing stages, we're going to quickly go over to his wife, Esther, and hear what she has to say about that magical performance.
I'm really happy that I have that I finished this race now, but to be really happy, I'm excited what my husband is doing. He's on the top of the Munich event, and yeah, we will see how it ends. And yes, I'm happy when we win both.
Nice. So describe a bit how the race went for you today, and when did you realize you can win this?
It's, the first kilometers were really easy, and yeah, but then after 30k it was tough, because I'm normally not running longer than 25 in my training. And yes, but yeah, there was every K there were a lot of people who cheered for me, and yeah, that's why I'm at 59 now.
And what was the atmosphere like, and what was your highlight of the whole thing?
I think the highlight was the start. It was so crazy how many people run to for the people who can't run, and it's a really great event, and yeah, I prefer it, and it was really fun, and I think it's so nice to run for the people who can't run.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
So Esther Pfeiffer is confirmed the women's champion in the Wings for Life World Run for 2025, our 12th edition. Milnicik of Poland second, Tolar also of Poland third, running in the Netherlands. Uzbayan came so close to a fifth victory, but settles for fourth in 2025. Some brilliant performances, but Esther Pfeiffer was a fitting champion for the women's competition here today. And let's take a look at some of the magical moments of this women's race. Well, after starting with 310,719 earlier today, there are just 12 men left in the race. Maybe now 11, maybe now just 10, as these two runners put in a spectacular performance, running for those who can't in Vienna in Austria. The story of the fastest men, the leader, Joe Fukuda, is on a blistering pace right now and is set to smash the world record. He's on target for 73.21 kilometers as Joe Fukuda searches out his third potential global victory. And back to our expert, Michel Samat, once again. This man is in the groove.
He's in the groove, and one of the things that's been so interesting is he's been training over in Thailand. He's really ramped up his mileage. If you look 3 weeks ago, he was doing over 260 kilometers a week. 2 weeks ago, it was 280 kilometers a week. 1 week ago, it was still 260 kilometers a week. And then this week, he's really dropped down his mileage, all for this moment. He's really going for it. He was so awfully close to the world record 2 years ago, and now he knows that he can absolutely smash it, and he's looking great with the support that he gets there in terms of the nutrition, in terms of the hydration.
It's a fascinating story because last year he raced in Vienna and he couldn't get on with anything, he told us. Didn't like the food, didn't like the water, didn't like the weather or the track. Take him back to his home track in Fukuoka, and look at him go here. comfortable, smooth time. These are the stats on the left of your screens, my apologies, of people still running. 3 in Germany, 2 in Austria, 2 in Japan. Don't forget the British runner, Jake Barraclough, is out there. Netherlands, and there's still one in New Zealand. But this is the man that we focus on, not only looking for his 3rd global title, but also looking to smash the world record. Another speed increase for the catcher car. 3 p.m. UTC takes the catcher car speed for 30 kilometers per hour. That is 18.6 mph as we head in to the closing stages of the men's race at the Wings for Life World Run, 12th edition, 2025.
And that is Jake Barraclough. And as we said, the British youngster, he's moved out to Japan to really soak up that Japanese running flair. He ran the Tokyo Marathon in 2:14, but if you then compare it to what these other guys are doing, and especially the likes of Ketema here, he's looking a little weaker there.
Yeah, but it's amazing if you take into the calculation that he won this race 11 years ago. I mean, it is absolutely remarkable. He's determined to try and book himself a spot at the 2028 Summer Olympic Games, where he's hoping to run the marathon for Austria. And it is so good to see Lemmerworth Ketema still out there. This is Volta, our current leader in Austria, as the numbers start to dwindle. Now, for all of you romantics out there, there's Henrik Pfeiffer to the right of the screen. The husband and wife team dream story may come true, but right now, the headline runner is Joe Fukuda in Fukuoka.
Could we get the true first couple of running today, though? Can Henrik Pfeiffer dig in deep and maybe match his wife's efforts? I think it would be fantastic, but I think, as you said, it'll be very, very hard to see past Joe Fukuda over in Fukuoka.
This is Jake Barraclough, British runner, 27 years of age. He's got a fantastic little YouTube channel, I Ran to Japan, and to raise his game. Now, this is Noizinski. He's got to be one of the most experienced runners out there right now. Darius has been with us since the beginning of the Wings for Life World Run, just like Lemmerworth Ketema, since 2014. But I can't get away looking at all of the strides and the techniques from the 2 runners in Japan, who seem to have a lot more petrol in the tank. They seem to have a lot more power. And if anything else, Joe Fukuda's gone up another gear. This is Henrik Pfeiffer. His wife has won the race in Germany. His wife, Esther, has won the global race. I can see the catcher car in the background. It will be a husband and wife double in Munich for Henrik and Esther. But Henrik's dream of the global title is gone, and it's a similar story for Lemmerworth Ketema. Oh, it's so good to have him back. I've enjoyed every moment of our first ever Wings for Life World Champion in action. And I think it's fair to say, with these distance runners, they can go a lot later in age, and he may get to the top of the table yet again. You never know. Never say never.
Never say never. Never rule Lemmerworth Ketema out. I think just showcasing 12 years between that first global title and now still being amongst the top 10 in the world in this 2025 Wings for Life World Run. I think it's just so impressive.
It is so good to have Ketema back in the fold. Here is Henrik Pfeiffer. Where's that catcher car? Do we see it? No, we don't. I thought the catcher car was a little closer, confused by the dazzling lights of the motorbike parade. There it is, far left. Beautifully spotted. Thank you, Sophie. Far left corner. So we're starting to whittle them down into Germany, Munich now. There is Henrik. Lovely aerial shot. And let's take a look. Left corner is what we're looking for. Now center of your screen. The camera pulls out. Henrik Pfeiffer keeps digging deep, desperate to join his wife. And he's still got a little bit in hand here. This German runner looking to turn Wings for Life World Run into a Hollywood script, with husband and wife winning both the global titles. I like the fact he's got a smile on his face as well, Michelle.
His wife said something interesting in her interview, because she said she's never in her life runs that distance, and it's going to be the same for him. They're both half marathoners. They don't go over distance in training, so he's gone close to 25 kilometers beyond any distance he's ever run.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful story. Now, for me, it's the pictures to the left side of your screen that really do. That's Max Raum, isn't it, running in Breda? Look at these two Japanese runners go. I have to say, Max, German runner, experienced, very strong, elite athlete.
Came 5th last year in the global run, won the Munich race last year.
Help them. Really beneficial with earlier Hendrik Pfeiffer now. Keeps turning. There's the catcher car. You can see it. We can see it. He can hear it. Now, Hendrik Pfeiffer. It's their national title in Germany. The husband and wife team have done the double, but Hendrik unable to take the global title, unable to see off the mighty Japanese racers.
Oh, he might have just outpaced the car there in the turn. I love that.
And there is the moment. Oh, that is a wonderful, wonderful performance from Mr. and Mrs. Pfeiffer at the Wings for Life World Run. Just brilliant. 126 kilometers, the total between Hendrik and Esther Pfeiffer. Now, Breda.
Walter van Steen.
77270. I thought that was Max Raum.
Yeah,
I think I may be mistaken.
No, I think you're right. Oh, Valentin Poncelet. There we go. He was another top performer on our cards, I think.
So, this is Dariusz Nijiński. So good to see Dariusz win again in Poland. Is this Poncelet winning in Breda?
I believe it is. So close to the 66-kilometer mark for him, for the Belgian.
Yeah, it's Poncelet. Poncelet, who won this race last year, wins again. Brilliant story. Eclipsing his own record from last year by 1 kilometer. Valentin Poncelet, 33-year-old Belgium runner, running in the Netherlands this year. Now, down to the final 3. 2 runners in Fukuoka in Japan, Barrichello and Joe Fukuda. And this is the story that is quite remarkable. It's Andreas Voita, Austrian runner, out there with the best in the world and a relatively unknown. It's something very special in Vienna.
Yeah, but it's going to get really close. If you look at the bottom there, the catcher car is moving in fast. It's moving in really fast to our top 3 runners there.
I can see it here with Andreas, an Olympian in 2012. Oh, and he's done! There is Barrichello, the British racer. He's out of the chase for top position. Jake Barrichello will have to settle for 3rd spot and 2nd in Japan. The app run in Japan, the catcher car has got him. Great performance, and I'm really excited to learn and hear more from this young British runner who's gone all the way to Japan to raise his game, and coming 3rd, I'd say mission accomplished.
Mission absolutely accomplished. Phenomenal job from the young Briton there. And here it's getting really, really close over in Vienna in Austria.
Andreas Voigt now about to get caught by the catcher car. Look at Joe Fukuda here in Fukuoka. He's got this surely, because the Austrian runner, brave, strong, a huge PB, a career best by such a long way. And you can see his lack of experience. He moves to the wrong side for the catcher car, and away he goes. That is quite spectacular. Vienna in Austria, coming 2nd in the global chase. Andreas Voita, an Olympian back in 2012, and look at the form that he's found today. Truly spectacular. 68.38 kilometers. He has never run that far in his life at all.
he never would have. And why would he? Why would you push your body other than for a good cause, which is what we're doing today. But now all eyes are on Joe Fukuda. He's already closing on the world record distance.
Now, the world record distance is owned by another Japanese runner, Tom Watanabe. Tom Watanabe holds that record at 70.10. Is Joe, and the computer says yes, not no, that he's already at it. 70.09. The world record is about to tumble, and Joe Fukuda is looking stronger and stronger as the distance gets longer. Look at Joe Fukuda go here. Watch the world record. It is about to go at any moment. World record has gone. He is already moving the barrier, raising the barrier, and the world record now belongs to Joe Fukuda. He's at 70.25 kilometers, and the Japanese runner has more to give.
And he's making it hard for any future runner or any future wheelchair athlete to even come close to that world record. I mean, at the moment, we're looking at possibly 71, 72 kilometers before that catcher car catches up, which is absolutely incredible.
This is confirmed now. He's only the second Wings for Life World Run runner to have taken the global title 3 times, joining the legends known as Aaron Anderson. And this is Joe Fukuda now. The news will have got through to him that he's won it, he's got it, the title is there. He's also broken the world record. This is quite spectacular. Come on, Joe, let's have a little bit more. Let's extend that world record to a mighty distance. Oh, we knew that he'd prepared for this, as Michelle explained, putting in so many hours of training in Thailand, getting the heat, getting everything prepared, and that preparation is now paying dividends, because Joe Fukuda, the Japanese runner, is now at 70.58 kilometers and still appears to be ahead of the catcher car in his app run.
And just his improvement over the years is just so impressive. I mean, when he won in 22, he ran 64 kilometers. When he won in 23, he came close to the 70 with 69 kilometers. Now he's absolutely smashed that 70 kilometer mark, and he doesn't look anywhere near tired. I mean, it's absolutely incredible what this Japanese athlete is putting on here. And again, as you said, his training clearly paid off. Really trained in the hot humidity of Thailand. Come home, this is a walk in the park for him, and absolutely smashed the world record.
And if you look into his biography, his dream is to become an Olympic marathon runner. So many of the great marathon runners are names that he emulates and tries to follow. But I think the marathon distance may just be a little too short for him. So Olympic glory may be something that escapes the great Joe Fukuda in his magical career, because this is where he is a true master, a Japanese master at ultra running. He has this in control, and Joe Fukuda continues to extend the world record. Our estimated distance is 71.78. Right now, he's just shy of 71 kilometers.
But I mean, even though you say this distance might be better for him, he's got a personal best in the marathon of 2:09.52, sub 2:10. That is absolute world class. There are very few nationalities that have even a faster national record than him. So he is absolutely world class marathon. He is undoubtedly world class in the Wings for Life World Run.
He is at 3 global championship titles, and it'll be a story that we'll follow, because I love the fact that Joe Fukuda returns year after year to run for those who can't. This is a potential Olympic champion in years to come, but right now it's all about running for those who can't and putting on a show and setting a new world record. How far can Joe go?
I'm just looking down at the bottom bar there. You can see the catcher car is moving and it's closing down the gap. Can he get to that 71 kilometer mark just before the catcher car gets there? Because unlike the car, he will probably start slowing down a little bit. The car is going at a very easy, nice pace, but it's just going to go down to the wire.
Oh, it's beautiful. Such a talent, such a brilliant, a 34-year-old professional runner. Didn't go professional until 2020, only 5 years in development. And I think Japan may well have a massive international running star on their hands here. He's slowing down, as you quite rightly pointed out, Michelle. He knows it's coming to an end. Let's watch the distance very carefully. My computer tells us that he's at 71.37 kilometers. He's not only beaten the world record, he's smashed it. And he's now coming to the closing stages of the catcher car on his app run. He's listening in with the Philips headphones. He's just about ready to call it a day. But this has been a spectacular performance by Japan's Joe Fukuda.
And if we're listening in, the amazing thing it's the middle of the night and there's people cheering him on. So it's not just him running, for those who can't, it's people staying up and they want to watch the world record get smashed. They want to see the global title in Japan, and they're staying up for as long as they have to be.
He's actually just 7 kilometers shy of Ketema Limaworks' win in 2014 with the old rules. This is one way of trying to measure the magnitude of this performance. And I think here now, live at the Wings for Life World Run, we are witnessing not only a performance that changes the game for us here in the Wings for Life Foundation, but we have a new champion, we have a new world record, and that is amazing from Joe Fukuda. This is a huge star in the making, and Joe Fukuda wins the Wings for Life World Run 12th edition for the 3rd time in his career. The fans absolutely love it. He goes from strength to strength. The upward curve of this gentleman's running career is truly quite outstanding.
And what emotional scenes. You've got kids out there, you've got people cheering him on, congratulating. So close to that 72-kilometer mark. Absolutely phenomenal performance from Joe Fukuda. I think, if we're not mistaken, 71.67 kilometers. That is incredible.
55,000 steps for Joe Fukuda. 55,000 steps running for those who can't. Global winner 2025. Japan's new superstar, Joe Fukuda, with a new world record at 71.67 kilometers. The Wings for Life World Run, spectacular once again. Joe, oh Joe, thank you so much. That was absolutely brilliant. Fukuda wins the global race for Japan. Volcha is second for Austria, Baraclow third, Poncelet 4, Nozinski 5 for Poland, Hendrik Pfeiffer winning in Germany with his wife Esther, Fischer, Rahm, and then making up the top 10, Jakob Bischhofer. But it is Joe Fukuda that wins the Wings for Life World Run 2025 with a new world record distance.
I mean, for me, one of the most impressive runners out of these top 10 is Jake Barraclough. I don't think any of us had him on the cards. I think him making the effort, moving out to Japan, where we've seen multiple winners, including this man.
Delighted. The preparation was meticulous, on point. He knew he was going to go for it, and there must be nothing more special when you've planned to break a world record. All the stars align, it comes together, and the performance hits the target.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see the relief on his face. You can see how happy it is. I mean, he must be exhausted, but he's really meticulously planned it out. If you look at his training over those past 10, 12 weeks, everything's been leading towards that.
Well, let's enjoy some of the best moments of the men's race here at the Wings for Life World Run. A thrilling women's competition, but a brand new world record in the men's event. just getting a few moments to catch our breath here. We're hoping to head back to Japan to hear from our new world record holder, Joe Fukuda, after his spectacular run in Japan. And of course, some wonderful stories throughout the competition. Husband and wife winning in Germany. That's got to be one of the top headlines of the day.
Well, it feels appropriate, doesn't it, that there should be a love story somewhere in amongst all of this joy and all of this love, and those two should take that win. It's such a moving event. It's been so powerful to see so many people involved. And also world record set. It just shows the caliber, doesn't it?
Let's go and hear from our winner of the day, Joe Fukuda, back over to Japan.
Congratulations on your run. How was the race this year for you?
今年はもう絶対にまた勝ちたいと思ってたんで、本当に勝てて嬉しいです。
He said, I wanted to win so bad this year, so I'm so glad that I won this year. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant. 71.67 kilometers. And even though that was a quick, short interview, really good to hear, Michelle, that he wanted it badly. We kind of figured out, didn't we, in our pre-race prep, that the preparation that he'd done training in Thailand and that there was something big on the cards. Did you expect it to be as big as that?
To be honest, looking at his training, I think we could expect something big. I think it was always going to be something special, but just looking at those images and really seeing how much it means to people around the world. I mean, Sophie, it's been your time. It must have been quite impressive seeing all of this.
So, an amazing performance. I want to go to the founder of the Wings for Life World Run, Heinz Kinnegartner, to wrap up in what has been a truly emotional, mesmerizing and inspirational day.
I was enjoying this day very much. It was a controlled run, let's say. Sunny day, so wonderful. And I mean, the money we raised today, 8,600,000. This will help us a lot for doing a lot of good new projects, supporting them at Wings for Life. So amazing amount, more than 310,000 runners. It's unbelievable. So I'm really proud about it. And all I can say is thank you very much. And I hope I see you next year, May 10th next year, 2026. Hopefully you are there.
Wonderful words from Heinz Kinnegartner. We've come to the end. Sophie, a quick couple of words from you.
Do you know what? I think I'm going to have to get in amongst it next year. I think I'm going to have to. I feel so inspired. It's been incredible.
Michelle, the world record that you so badly wanted to see.
I mean, a world record, but also 8.6 million raised. I am floored. I am absolutely gobsmacked. Absolutely phenomenal.
The Wings for Life World Run 2025 will be remembered for the year of record breaking. 8.6 million, a record. 310,719, a record. And the men's world title has already been taken by Joe Fukuda of Japan. On behalf of all of the commentary team and myself, Nick Fellows, that leaves us just to say many thanks for your company. Run for those who can't. We'll see you next year. It's goodbye for now.
Knock, knock. Who do you think is here?
I'm at Wings for Life.
Correct. The catcher car.
Keep the pace, win your race, run with a reason.
I got your back, hard on the track, giving is living.
One race, one cause, running for those who can. We're running for those who can. Ready, together we rise, together we're taking a stand. Let's run for those who can.
Gotta catch my breath, never giving up, pick it up, take it
Step by step. Straight to the top, all over the world. We running high like Fuego.
But you can't face on, girl, bring it on.
Shout it together. Let's go. Coming together to stand up. We're gonna push all the way up. We coming fast, first to the last, smashing the gas, step up. Keep the pace, win your race, running for reason. I got your back, hard on the track, giving is living. Shout out, one race, shout out, one cause. Running for those who can. Running for those who can.
Catch your car to World Runner. Now it's getting serious. I'll have you in
Barcelona.
South Africa. Let's go to New York City. That's what this one's all about. We do it every year.
We out.